Okay. Hello. Are we
Hello.
live? Are we finally here? Did we make it? Hello, everyone. It's been a journey. Um, the gods of Theros were testing us. The tech gods were testing us, but we finally made it. Uh, okay. Can you all hear me? Because I seem to have lost
Yes.
Yep.
one
Yeah.
of you. Okay. Oh my goodness! For a second there, I couldn't hear any of you, and I was like, "No, not now, please."
I think we were all just
I was
very
on mute.
quiet.
I was on mute. The
But
greatest
not now.
challenge to this
Okay.
group has been streaming.
Everything turned against us, including Foundry. I was very upset, but now we're finally here. Welcome to Therosian Odyssey, Strands of Fate. Woo! Yeah, let's get some let's get some hype going because I need it. I'm not too stressed out. Everything's fine. So, gosh, where do I begin? What am I doing? Why am I here? Thank you so much for joining us and being patient with us. We are starting an hour late, but we are starting, and that's the main thing. Really excited to be here. I'm Kat, otherwise known as Law Mistress 93 on Twitter. I blog and write, but I've been dipping my toes into streaming. And this is me running a campaign on stream for the first time. So hopefully it goes well. I'm going to start. Wow, this is really throwing me off, isn't it? I'm going to start by going round, and I want everyone to essentially introduce themselves, talk a little bit about what they're about. If you have anything to plug it, and mention what character you're going to be playing. And we will then begin. So, I'm going to go with what order are we on up here? I'm going to go with Lulu first.
Oh, okay. Well, hi, I'm Lulu. You can find me at Lulu in WA, Lulu in Washington. I'm pretty new to streaming and to being a player. I've only played in 4 games. 3 of them have been either streamed or in podcast form, so I'm doing this kind of backwards. I do a lot of kind of artwork where I take minis and terrain and recreate scenes from my favorite podcasts. So you might be seeing some of that. You can see that on my website also, because I do have a website where I put all my artwork. You can get a link to it on if you just go to my Twitter. I also have an Instagram, but it's basically the same thing that is on my Twitter. Oh, and I am playing Callista. She is a human asterisk cleric of the Tempest domain. And you'll learn what the asterisk means later at some point. And that's me.
Yay. All right. Woo! Cool. Next up is Lindsay.
My name's Lindsay. For fun, I own 14 birds and 3 dogs. So I'm kind of a feather and fur mom full time. Outside of that, I'm opening an anime store where I live with my business partner. It's going to be awesome. We're super excited. But my character, I'm going to be playing a Ranger Kenku. So in Kenku fashion, I'll be very descriptive in what my character is sort of doing with their body language, but only talking when it is crucial to situation. So having owned so many birds, I'm very good at describing their little nuances. But yeah, so Kenku, hopefully, once we level up to that point, I'm going Gloomstalker Ranger. So that's going to be lots of fun. Oh, and her name is Eva.
Nice. We love it. I love it. Amazing. I love the Gloomstalker Ranger. probably one of my favorite classes, I'm not gonna lie. Not that I'm biased in any way. Kumi, let's go.
Hello, I'm Kumi. I'm an Indian TTRPG DM and player. I am currently working on starting my own D&D store in India. We have horrible shipping here, so I'm trying to make it cheaper and source it locally. So it's the first D&D merch store in India, and I'm super excited. And I'm so happy to be here. I think all of you would have gone through that point where it's just been, I don't want to say it, but just too many guys to play with all the time. And I love having a whole group of women to play with, and it's fantastic. I also stream with the Pigeon Killers. This week we are starting on a Spelljammer campaign, but that I'm really excited for. And today, though, I am playing Kalyuka Killsong, who is a barbarian. Excited to see what this adventure takes her through, and I'm kind of waiting to make everyone cringe with a lot of terrible accents. So let's see where that goes.
Think about how I feel. But yeah, I'm just gonna go for like a general accent most of the time. I will hype myself up and be like, yeah, I'm gonna do an accent, and then at the last second check it out. All right, let's go for Joan next.
All right, I am Joan. I am both a huge nerd and a doctoral student about nerdiness. So I do fandom studies, which is like, I guess if you could epic level and being nerdy, that's what I'm doing. I am working on my dissertation right now, and it is going to end up taking the form of a podcast. So that will probably be hosted on the Three Black Halflings channel. Nothing set in stone yet, but I do work with Three Black Halflings. I have been on an episode, which is a Shirefolk showcase. You can find them on, they like to say, anywhere your pods are cast. And you can find me and on Twitter as at @A_wild_Akafan. And you can find them at 3 Black Halflings. Oh, and I am playing Onyx Kasubo in Azamar Paladin, who has a mysterious past.
Would it be D&D without a mysterious past? Cool. Last but not least, let's go to Jin.
Hello, my lovely friends. I am Jen at JenBurb on Twitter. I have been playing TTRPGs since 2014. I am Pathfinder trash. However, I do enjoy a good 5e and a whole bunch of other TTRPGs. Let me think. I have a bi-weekly appearance on the Plot Hunters Twitch channel, which is an all POC group that was started back in 2018. We are wrapping up the end of our over 4-year campaign soon. After which, shrug emoji, we'll see. We're not going to be done yet, though. So come check us out every other Saturday at 6 p.m. Where am I? Pacific. I've just been traveling, so I'm so disoriented. I will be playing Estrella, the absolute sass monster of a half-elven wizard. I have never played a wizard before because having spellcasting that is both prepared and learned boggles my mind. And also I don't very often play d6 hit dice because I like to get up there and smack things. So this is going to be very interesting. Sorry, Kat.
You're lucky. In 3.5, it's a D4.
Oh my God. Really?
That is disgusting.
It was a D4 up until 3.5. So Pathfinder kind of piloted the D6 for Wizard. Wild, horrific, hate it. 0 out of 10. If you look at me the wrong way, I will die. Anyway, yeah, that's me.
You are squishy, squish McSquish face. Cool. thank you so much for introducing yourself. Thanks so much for joining me and applying to be my lovely cast. I'm super excited to play with you. So I guess, before everything blows up, we should probably get into it, right? Okay. So then let's turn our eyes to Theros, the long stretch of land that forms the coastline along the vast, glittering Siren Sea. This is a land marked by sweltering heat and epic tales of the gods, their Nyx-born beings of myth, and the heroes that face them. And this age of heroes is not yet over. Even now, daring adventurers travel the sun-soaked lands and the various cities built within it, championing their chosen deities and seeking glory. This particular story, with these particular heroes, however, finds its beginning in the fortified city of Akros. Specifically, during a warm spring day in the 5th month of the year, Thriambion, standing defiant atop a cliff, Akros has been imposing, militant, and wary of strangers through most of its constructed history. However, during the Iroan Games held at the Temple of Triumph in honor of Iroas, the steadfast deity of victory, all are welcome. First, Astrea, we turn our attention to you. If you could please describe what Astrea looks like for us.
Absolutely. So Astrea has your typical kind of like, honestly, a little bit wimpy nerd look. Pretty standard clothing, just kind of purple and light blue, anything from like dark purples.
Darkles.
Dark purples.
Dark purples are darkles.
Exactly. to blues and dark blues. She essentially is kind of a short-sleeved leather, I don't even know what the word is, just one of them tank tops, but like made of leather and having lace in the middle. And then a pretty standard skirt with the same color. I was dumb and forgot to pull up my Hero Forge earlier, but it's fine. You will see later, my little token has a staff. Her arcane focus is actually a ring. Long dark hair with just a little hint of purple, because she is, just what's the word? Aesthetically obsessed enough to decide to want a color scheme. Hair is braided up, kind of like tied back with a braid. The rest of it's kind of like loose down her shoulders. And about 5'4", 5'5"-ish, half elf, so very slightly pointed ears, and excellent RBF.
A lot of cool tones I've noticed in everyone's character design.
What
we got a lot of
RBF?
purples, we got a lot of blues.
What
is RBF?
Resting bitch face.
Yes. It took me a second as well, and I was like, RBF. Oh, deadpan. Okay. So Astrea, you have been here in Akros for a little bit of time now, probably a couple of months. You march quickly through the streets towards the plaza. The city is an absolute buzz of activity. And you take a moment to remember the peaceful, quiet halls of the Dicacia in Miletus. You really miss it. Especially the library, the smell of dusty tomes, the sound of turning pages, the soft crackle of candle flame in the evening. The library here, though relatively grand, it doesn't really compare to what you had there. You are shaken from your reverie, however, as you bump into the rather quick-footed general that you had been following, who has come to a very sudden stop. And he raises his eyebrows at you, rather unamused. Pay attention to where you're going, Stray. Today has to be perfect, you know that.
If today has to be perfect, then you are obviously not the right choice for the job.
I'm the perfect choice for the job, and the sooner I can prove that to my father, the better.
Sure. All you need is one more brain cell. You'll have two.
I've decided that I'm not bothered by anything you say today.
You said that last month, and if I remember correctly, I had to save your ass.
You have never had to save my ass. The amount of time...
Yep, you definitely had that one. Totally.
He kind of just looks at you, exasperated. And he goes, okay, my father should be here any moment. You there? And he sort of calls over to a soldier and, puffs his chest out a bit. He's clearly trying to regain some kind of assertion over the situation. Is everything running smoothly? Yes, Cassian, everything. That's General Cassian to you.
Aggressive eye roll.
General Cassian, everything is running smoothly. Good. Stay close, Astrea.
Most people who actually command respect don't have to demand it.
On second thoughts, don't stay too close. And then he kind of and you see you've kind of stopped on you're kind of in the central plaza, and you see just coming down from the steps of the Temple of Eros, which is kind of situated right next to the arena. A small delegation, I would say. There's clearly a very important figure at the head of it, and about 5 or 6 soldiers behind. They're dressed very smartly, and in very similar uniform to the general standing next to you. Lots of silvers, golds, and lion imagery adorn their armor. This leader, he looks very much like Cassian, because he is in fact Cassian's father. Lord Commander Ulysses Leos. And he kind of strides over toward you. And Cassian kind of raises his arm. Hail, father! And he's pointedly ignored. Astrea! As he kind of comes towards you. Astrea! My, Astrea, don't you look smart?
Yeah, I tried to get this one to sharpen up a bit, but you can only do so much.
Cassian kind of sniffs and kind of peers down and at his own kind of attire. His father kind of looks at him. You could have at least polished your uniform before coming out. It's a big day, Cassian. I did, father. I polished it more than once. Unsuccessfully, it would seem. Now, Astrea, I trust that everything is in order.
Is everything in order?
As far as you're aware, yes. It is actually Cassian that has done quite a lot of the organizing. And from what, you've been keeping an eye on him purely, I would say, not so that you can actually make sure that everything is in order, but more so that you can rib him if something has been overlooked. Right. So I would say that when you've been kind of assisting him in organizing things, it's more so that you could have like pointed out, oh, well, I see that you overlooked, food,
Right.
or
Okay.
things like that. And he has done a relatively good job, perhaps to the point of micromanaging ever so slightly
Okay.
everything, which I'm sure you've had great fun pointing out. But yeah, as far as you're aware, everything is in order, everything is ready. You kind of glance around, everyone seems to be in place, everyone knows what they're doing.
Okay, so the response to that then will be with like kind of like a salute that stretches the boundaries of maybe almost being exaggerated. General Cassian has done an impeccable job. With my supervision, of course.
Yeah.
Someone here has to be able to read.
So when you say General Cassian has done an impeccable job, Cassian kind of stands up a little straighter and he puts on a sort of slightly grim smile and gives you like a little nod. And then when you say, with my supervision, of course, his shoulders slump slightly again. And he kind of sniffs. I saw that everything was in order, Father. I can assure you that nothing will go wrong today. Good. The regent will be most displeased if it should.
Just kind of lean over and I'm just like, you did fix the catering issue, right?
He gives you a slightly panicked look. And the Lord Commander is like, catering issue, Cassian? There was no issue, really. Astrea is misremembering. There must be so much information running through that mind of hers. I've kept her very busy that she muddles it up sometimes. You know how she gets, Father.
Someone has to keep track of things.
His father kind of just looks at him. Quite honestly, Cassian, as far as I can see, without her, you'd be lost.
Astrea does her very best to not look incredibly smug.
Of course.
Let's see how well she does
So,
it, actually. Decently not smug.
Current regent. Tyrannica. So the Lord Commander turns to his men and he says, we are to meet Tyrannica, my apologies, Regent Tyrannica at the arena in due course. See to it that everything is in order. The last thing we would want, and he kind of looks at Cassian, is to embarrass ourselves in front of Her Majesty.
I'll keep him in line.
For goodness sake, boy, please go and get that armor polished again. And he kind of walks off. And as he does, a figure approaches and kind of whispers something to him. They kind of have a brief conversation. And he looks a little solemn, but he doesn't bring it to your attention.
Okay. Can I get a read on, like, is he any more nervous? Has something happened? Like, is the catering issue not taken care of?
If anything, he just looks slightly aggravated. But because he hasn't immediately, he's not too far away from you. So because he hasn't immediately come back and berated Cassian for something which you know to be his usual course of action, you assume it could not be to do with the festival itself.
Okay.
It might actually be, and this person that has approached him is dressed a little differently You would know, actually. Roll a history check.
All right. Let's see how this goes.
First
Absolute
roll.
crap. What?
First roll of the session.
15?
15? No, that's okay. You would know that the way that this person is dressed, they are not necessarily a member of the militia in terms of that they do a lot of fighting. They are more along the lines of a spy, I suppose, or a sort of an information broker. They their job is to sort of scout or to figure out a situation and report back. They are not necessarily there to engage in a lot of fighting.
Behind the scenes stuff.
Yeah. Is it you, if I'm remembering correctly, do you have observant?
I do, yes.
So you could, if you wanted to, have attempted to lip read.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Roll a perception check for me.
All right. Let's see
Just
how
to see
this
kind of what you pick up.
How good am I at perception? Not very. 21.
21.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. So this scout is relatively well trained at masking his lips. It's a kind of basic training, I think, among the stealthy and the intrigue based military trained. So he kind of knows to cover his mouth. And the angle that he's kind of standing at, you can't really get a read on what he says, but he speaks for quite a while. And the general, the Lord Commander kind of stands and nods and looks relatively displeased, but not like something terrible has happened.
Right.
Just aggravated. And then eventually he sort of murmurs back, but you catch this. He says, tell them they have no need to fear. I will deal with Setessa in my own way.
All right. Setessa. Why is something? Is that familiar?
Setessa is one of the main three main cities.
Okay.
This is pretty well known. It's a forest-based city.
Right.
It is based kind of in the Nessian wood. Bit of interesting information. As far as you're aware, Akros is a military-based. They have a very military-based society, but they're not necessarily in any kind of active war or anything like that with anyone. For the most part, they've kind of brokered a semblance of peace with the other two main cities, Setessa and Miletus.
So it's kind of weird to hear about dealing with Setessa.
Yeah. That would strike you as odd, just because, as far as you were aware, there's no, and you've been, because of your station and the reason why you're here, you've been relatively well embroiled in kind of the politics and the way things have been going on here, and you haven't heard anything about anything to do with Setessa or any kind of problems that have arisen there, or a breakdown in communication, or anything that would strike you as this has been a problem. But his comment was quite vague. So, he kind of says that.
Okay. I'll just turn to Cassian and be like, what did you do to piss off Setessa?
Cassian's in the process of kind of ordering, once again, he's been berated in front of everyone. You're well used to it by now. His natural go-to defense mechanism is to start yelling at everybody in the immediate vicinity.
I can't wait till I have a silence spell.
Oh no. I can't wait for Cassian to have something really important to say when you pass silence on it. Yeah, he's kind of started, barking orders. He's not really paying attention to his dad. He's kind of mentally moved on. But as you talk, he goes, "Excuse me?"
What did you do to piss off Satessa? Because that look on your dad's face, that's the kind of look he usually gives to you when you've done something mildly inconvenient.
He kind of just stares at you for a moment. What are you talking about?
Satessa, the city, big, foresty.
Yes, I'm well aware of the city. What about it?
Has there been any declaration of war, any problems with them? I haven't heard any, but...
Astrea, what is the one thing that we need to focus on today?
The festival. However, your dad seemed aggravated.
My dad always seemed aggravated.
Right, but he said there was nothing to fear. Which, when it comes to large amounts of people at a festival and talks of other large political powers in the area, as you might be aware, or really should, given your station.
And he just kind of turns and starts to bark orders again.
Okay. I'm not saving your ass again, though.
Listen. He just turns back around and he goes, "I'm going to spell this out for you. It is I who saves your ass, not yours that saves mine." Okay?
Oh, you definitely could have taken those 7 bandits?
Yes, I absolutely could have done.
Sure. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
I sleep perfectly well at night. Thank you very much.
Liar. Go. Do your job. I'll make sure you do it right.
Excuse me? I think you'll find that it's me that's in charge here, not you.
Mm-hmm. And whose name is on all the paperwork for the contractors?
The sooner that this ends,
Yes. Yes, you need
the sooner that you take your smug little face back to Satessa, not Satessa, apologies, Meletus, the better.
Yes.
I will be so happy when you are gone.
Well, then you're going to have to sing my praises to your father. So I get a glowing letter of commendation. So you haven't failed in training someone, and I never have to look at your meathead face.
I never failed in training someone. They were incompetent. My father just did not see that.
5 of them
as he does
in a
see a
row.
lot of things.
5 in a row.
Yes, all 5 were incompetent, and the only reason that I have not failed you is because you are mildly more competent than they, and it has really just come to my attention that I will never receive anyone up to my standards from Meletus.
I think that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
Don't get used to it. And then he kind of gives you a slightly exasperated look. And he goes, "Whatever it is you were trying to tell me, we can talk about it another time. This festival is the most important thing, okay?"
Can I get that in writing?
No.
Oh, yeah, you can't
I'm
write.
busy. You are trying my patience even more than usual, Astrea.
It's my job. You're going to have to deal with people much more difficult than I when you become a general.
I am a general. But when I become Lord Commander, after my father retires, I am very certain that I will never meet anyone more difficult than you.
Famous last words.
He kind of looks around and he goes, "Why don't you go and make yourself useful somewhere else? Anywhere else but here. I have so much to do.
Sounds amazing. When you inevitably almost get yourself killed, give me a shout. I will be sure to grab whatever the snack food of choice, the equivalent of popcorn is in this world, and come watch.
Try not to trip over a rock and die somewhere. I know how little constitution you have for any kind of injury. My goodness, the girl gets a paper cut and she just cries.
For a second, he just sees kind of like just this outright like furious indignation. And then
he's so pleased and smug just to have got one slight. This is a battle of wits, and Cassian does not usually come out on top. He, bless his little cotton socks, is not necessarily the quick-witted, brightest bulb, and he doesn't have that sort of snappy, instant response. He's the guy that thinks up a response 2 hours later and goes, I should have said that. So to have had this moment where he's mentioned something and he can see that he's slightly frustrated you is a really big victory for him, and he is so pleased that it's happened.
I just kind of like glare up at him in as much like angry, intimidating, tiny person as I possibly can. And I'm just like, it was cardboard and it was one time, and she storms away.
Brilliant. Okay, so as you walk away, he kind of yells out to you, keep an eye out for riffraff. You should be good at spotting it, being of that ilk yourself. And you don't need telling twice, Estrella. Yep. You are quite happy to be moving away from this meathead as quickly as possible. So you head towards the main plaza, which is quickly becoming busier and busier. And with that, it is in fact so busy that you almost run into a group of Goliaths. A few of them kind of towering above many of the festival goers. Kaliuka, if you could describe Kaliuka for us, Kumi.
Mm-hmm. So in this band of Goliaths that is standing over there, and all of them seem like fully armored up, ready to almost, go and start on battle. They're taking their like sort of gladiator poses already, and you can see like a couple of people, just like standing over there looking at them and going, "Oh my God!" In the same way that people look at like WWE stars, and in this sort of like, and in this sort of band, there's one gladiator that seems a little out of odds with the others. You see the others have like these sort of bloody marks just kind of like covering up their face. They look ready to go and looking like almost gods of wars. And there at the side is one about like maybe like 6 foot tall Goliath, not as tall as the rest, but what's really shocking about her is this bright pink hair that she has, and it seems obviously dyed because you can see the roots are still a little bit dark, and even her plate armor seems to be quite of a darkish pink as well. And she stands here and she's looking quite uncomfortably at everyone else around. And in the distance, she can hear some playing and some music. And next to her is this little girl with similar features to the woman looking down at her. And in the distance, you can see another little boy, twin to this little girl, running away. And Kalika bends down and tells her little sister, like, we must go to stage. We must go over there now and see what we can do. I don't want to fight. I want to go in and see what I can do over here, sing a little bit. Mama said my voice is not very good, but I don't know. What do you think? You think today they'll let me go there? Little sister,
Well, so the streets, Cayuca, are as familiar to you as the markings on your skin. You've lived here your whole life.
When it had
They are
taken
rarely as
damage.
busy as this, though. There's quite a lot of people around you, and you're nervous to see so many. Potentially, this is your inevitable audience. So this would be possibly a little nerve-wracking. Your father is striding proudly ahead. Your stone-faced brother, Karobi, is not very far behind. And your mother is back a little, chatting animatedly with your sister. But eventually she kind of draws back. Your sister, that is, Kay. And she goes, "Don't worry. As long as we stick to the plan, I think everything will go fine." And your mother kind of turns around and smiles at you, goes to say something, and then stops and frowns and begins to look around. Where is Ken? And your sister kind of rolls her eyes and goes, "Oh," in the most dramatic way possible. "He's left his money at home, Mama. He had to go all the way back to the house to get it. He'll join us there." Your mother kind of goes, "Oh, yes, he is. He is rather absent-minded." And then your sister looks at you when your mother is distracted or something and gives a great big wink. And she goes, "Oh, Mama, I am so hungry. Starved, in fact. I think I can't walk another step unless I get something to eat. Could I possibly please go and get something to eat with Cayuca, please?" And she kind of bats her eyelids. Your mother looks at you both very suspiciously for a
I
moment.
look at her like, it's going to be healthy, I promise. No unknown meats this time.
She kind of narrows her eyes and she says, "Well, Cayuca needs to go with your father and brother to sign up to fight. What's wrong with my company? I could take you to go get something to eat." She goes, "No, Mama, it must be Cayuca. I absolutely insist. I insist. I want to wish her good luck and just get something to eat, please." And your mother is still kind of looking at the two of you suspiciously and like, I don't know.
It's performance anxiety, Mama. You know how it is. Sometimes if I go there with my morning star and I try to hit, and then I go, I don't want to hit you. I do not feel rage. How does that feel? I feel anxiety.
Okay, so make a persuasion roll for me.
Oh,
and
God.
I will give you advantage because your sister is helping you.
Amazing. Okay. So that's an 18 the first time, and then a 21. Awesome.
Hey, we love to see it. 21. Yeah, she kind of looks at you, and as you kind of mentioned, like performance anxiety, and she was suspicious because your sister was quite, she was kind of putting it on and being quite dramatic. So she was a bit like, something going on here. But the moment that you speak so eloquently, she kind of softens. You see, and you can see she's like, "Oh, I understand. You're nervous about your first fight." As was your brother, though he would never admit it.
Do I really have to fight?
It's a family tradition, Cayuca. But it doesn't matter if you lose. The most important thing is that you do your best. You know that. We will be proud of you one way or another.
But I like it better
Okay.
when they dance with me than when I hit them.
She kind of like looks behind her, well, towards your father and your brother, and she's just like, let's not talk about those things today. Your father is very excited about your fight. Killjoy. And he kind of stops, and your brother stops. And he kind of turns back and he goes, "Yes, what's the holdup? What's happening? Everything okay?" She goes, "Kaliuka is going to take Kay for some food, and they'll join you after, okay?"
I'm getting an energy drink, Papa.
But I wanted to take you to the tent myself. I wanted to, be there when you signed up, and
Sure.
your mother kind of puts her hand on him, and he kind of looks at her and he goes, "Oh, very well, but don't be late. We don't have long.
I promise
I'll see you there in a few minutes."
Yes, in a few minutes, correct. And she just like, "Come on, Key," and like they both go like running off. One with like this page boy, like pink hair, and the other one with like this darkish brown hair. And we trot out to the distance.
Yeah, Key kind of just goes, "Okay, don't worry, I'll have her back in no time. Bye!" And just kind of runs off with you. And you head towards a food stall, one that you had already discussed. And the two of you sort of dart behind it. And she goes, "What did you think? Was I believable?"
You were spectacular. I don't understand why we're still gladiators. We should be performers.
Well, gladiator is a type of performance, in a way.
Yes, in a way. Yes, they do love us. We do have fans. That is true. But do you think Ken could have gotten it? Do you think he was able to sneak it out of there? I know he's
I'm certain.
Really? I know last time when he was trying to get this out for me, he got stuck in the window. So I'm not too certain about it. It is rather big for him, you don't think?
There he is. And she kind of points in the distance, and you see this your brother, this young Goliath. He is carrying this rather unusually large set of bagpipes, and he is really, really struggling with it. He's kind of got it, and it's completely covering his face and field of vision. He's sort of wonkily walking down the road. He's bumping into almost everyone that he comes across, and it's, "Oh, sorry, coming through, excuse me, bagpipes coming through." And he eventually he reaches you and bumps straight into you, and he goes, mission complete. I got them."
This is wonderful. And I pick him up and the bagpipes too, and kind of hold him against the sun almost, in a very this thing Rafiki with Simba.
Yeah. Your baby, your
Oh dear brother, this is wonderful. Now, quickly, I think if I go there quick enough, I can get in and sign to be one of the next performers on stage.
Are you sure? This is Ken speaking. Are you sure you want to do this, Kayuka? I think Dad's gonna be real mad when you don't fight.
Maybe I'll play the bagpipes for him and he'll feel better.
How are you feeling? Because if I were you, I'd be terrified. That's your sister speaking.
Well, I'm honestly a little worried about Kiroba. I don't know if our other brother's going to. I mean, Papa, he's a killjoy, haha, joke. But he is like, hard to entertain most of the time if we're not really, fighting. And I know he shows his love through punches. I know I'm just talking right now. I'm nervous. I don't know what to do.
Your
I
sister
really
kind of
want to play it.
your
But should
sister
I?
kind of goes, well, it's no wonder that you're so scared. I mean, you could completely flop in front of thousands of people. Your family could be really angry with you. They could disown you. Imagine if dad kicked you out the family and your brother kind of like steps on her toes hard. She's like, ow, Ken, that's probably not going to happen though. It's probably going to be fine.
I mean, I know I only picked up the bagpipes a week ago, but how hard can it be? Like, it's just blowing in air, right? Like, it's, well, maybe
I mean, you've
if I
been practicing
decide.
hours and hours and hours, and I think you can almost play that tune now. So you're doing really good. We believe in you.
Thanks. Kaliki is just like really unsure, and she's just like tries to like fiddle with her bagpipes and play like Old MacDonald had a farm. Just goes.
The Therosian equivalent of Old MacDonald. All right. And as you're kind of like messing around, Ken is kind of looking around and he goes, look, over there, that tent. That's where they must be signing in the musicians. Maybe we can sneak in. I heard that the musicians are kind of pre-selected though. You might have to talk your way in.
Intimidate them?
I mean, that would work too, potentially. I don't know. I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's go! And then they kind of start running towards the tent.
And you see her like carrying the backpacks, the bagpipes like a baby almost, not really gotten too used to holding it in a proper fashion. And she runs in and she's like, "Is this where you sign up for musicians? Can I take the stage here?"
So you head into the tent. There is a lot of noise coming from this tent. It's the sound of people kind of tuning up their instruments and lots of drum banging, because apparently drummers need to tune up their instruments too. I don't know if anyone is a drummer, but is this a thing? I don't know. And you kind of look around to see if there's anyone in charge. And you notice a very stressed out Weasley-looking man. And he's kind of like yelling, no, not there, not there, just put the drum down. And he just looks quite stressed out, but he's holding he is holding like a sheaf of papers, and appears to be instructing everyone, and the person in charge here.
So, good sir, do you have space for another performer on stage? I would like to take the stage. I have great talent. You can see, like, I have bagpipes that'll make you dance. It's very good, if I say so myself.
He kind of looks at you as you start to speak, and he can go, and then when you finish, he goes, the musicians were selected months ago. You're the 8th person to come in here thinking that they are the next big thing. I can almost guarantee you are not. Please, kindly move out of the tent. We have a lot to prepare for.
So, exactly what time does your performance start?
It starts when the arena's battles start. We go in with... This is why you will not be coming in with us. And then one of the
so
nearby musicians...
You're coming into the arena?
Yes, we go in with the performers, but one of the nearby musicians, he kind of yells out, well, we are down a musician, Liberace. And Liberace goes, shut! Nobody asked you.
You could be up a musician with me. Maybe
Can you even play that thing?
Of course I can. Look at me. It looks spectacular on me, no?
Okay, show me. And he looks very unconvinced that you're going to show him anything.
I look like, this is my moment. I look at my two twin siblings and it's like, it's time, Kian, Ken. It is time. And I go and I walk.
Roll a performance check for me.
This is the check that matters. Okay, come on. Okay, not bad. A 19.
19? You've been playing the bagpipes for a week and you got a 90? Wow, okay. Well, so you take a moment to breathe. You prep yourself. Ready. Your sister and your brother take a step back from the vicinity of the bagpipes. And your brother puts his thumbs up. Your sister puts her thumbs up and covers her ears. And you blow. And was that the bagpipes? At first, just for a second, it sounds, as the bagpipes often do, just slightly discordant and like something isn't right. And then it just suddenly, everything clicks into place for you. And you just feel for a moment inspired by the hustle and the bustle and the excitement and the nerves. Everything comes together and you just let it out in tune form. And you play Old MacDonald from beginning to end with not a single error. And it is magnificent. It no one has ever heard this tune with this much emotion, with this much passion put into it. Old MacDonald, he did have a farm. And you know, people are kind of, I want to hear it at the back, and the whole tent stops and they just listen. The drummer that kind of spoke up earlier, he kind of wipes a tear at the end, and he goes, just never really understood Old MacDonald's perspective until now, and kind of begins to cry. And Liberace, that name on the fly, Liberace just kind of looks at you.
Partners?
You will stay at the back.
That's no problem. I'm very
You will
tall.
follow everyone else. Your movements must be exact. You understand?
I get it. Left, right, left. Yes.
Okay. You are, and then he kind of immediately goes into bustle mode, back into barking orders, and he's like, you're standing over there with them, and he kind of points to where he wants you to go.
Yay! And I look at Ken and Kiki, and I was like, I get to go onto the stage. Oh my god, I get to go on the stage in the arena. Oh my god, my hair. Papa! And like, she's like stressing and just like walking, like, what do I do about Papa? And then she's just like looking to see if she can get like a bucket or something to put over her head.
I can't. So, your two siblings, they give you the biggest hug. They're very excited, and they say, okay. And Liberace kind of turns and he just goes, I hired one of you, not three, and he shoos them out of the tent. And they kind of go, good luck, and run off into the festival's crowds. And as they run out, they run by you, Eva. You watch as two Goliaths run by, and then you slip from the shadows between two buildings. If you could describe your character for us.
So in the shadows, if you're looking close enough, you will see a rather petite, lithe little figure. They're just about 4 feet tall, with the majority of that being long legs that stick out from their cloaks. Underneath her hood and her cloak, sorry, my dogs are going, of course, now. So underneath the cloak, as it flips back a little bit, you'll see a long black beak protruding out. Underneath the cover of her hood, her face, dark, all-knowing eyes, but speckled sort of around her eyes, you'll see white feathers mixed in with the black. But she'll quickly pull her hood, readjust it so shadows linger over her face. As she steps out, you see large, long talons for feet, though each talon is dipped a little bit in like a clay-like substance, so that way when she takes a step, no sound is made. So as she slips, her hands, you can sort of see a couple of feathers peeking out from taloned hands, though obviously not enough feathers to fly, but enough to show she is of the Ravenkin. And she will slip out of the shadows and start to move. Mm-hmm. Very petite, unassuming in her walking.
Some might say a small size category.
A small
a smaller character. And you slip out into the streets, sort of darting from one place to the next. There are a lot of people here, but that's good, because that means that you'll blend in better. You shift your belongings slightly to a more comfortable position, and quietly make your way to where you are supposed to meet your contact, ducking behind a sort of nearby food stall into an alleyway. As you do so, you briefly catch sight of your reflection in a nearby sort of puddle of water. Everything about you is dressed to blend in, but those white feathers are all that you can focus on. They remind you painfully of the whispers to what they portend, a bad omen, of the way that your kin in Setessa now look at you, of the disdainful expression on Sifter's face as he ordered you all the way to here in Akros to prove that you could still be useful. He hasn't really given you much to go off, but he did mention the recent disappearances within your home city, Setessa. This was the secret that he has given you to take in exchange for your contact secret. And you know well enough by now that when going to meet contacts, you exchange information as secrets. Taking a deep breath, bringing back focus, you lean back against the wall, you wait, and you have a quick look around. There are a few people down this alleyway. It's a little quieter than kind of the main plaza that you've just kind of avoided. Roll a perception check for me.
Get that. It's like, let me just get that up. My perception. That is going to be a 17.
A 17.
Yeah.
Yeah, 17 is good. You have a little look around. There's a couple of people here. There's a couple nearby that are making out, so you can completely rule them out to begin with. A little bit awkward. there's one guy who's just kind of sweeping with a broom. But nearby, with your perception check, you notice a Leonin. He has black fur and a black mane, and he seems to have drawn onto himself with some kind of sort of golden eye pencil. So he's got the sort of golden patterns around his eyes. And he too seems to be sort of leaned up against the building. He seems to be waiting. He's dressed as a soldier or as a guard of the city, might be. You've seen a few of them. You saw them as you came into the city, and that he's wearing the same kind of uniform, a military uniform. But what you do notice with that perception check around his spear, or the head of his spear, is a sort of wrapped piece of rope, and on it is a little charm of a talon made of obsidian. This is the person you're looking for.
So nonchalantly, she'll keep sort of leaning against the wall, looking over at the Leonin, and then she will, in Undercommon, she is going to say, the clock strikes at 2.
And he kind of doesn't even look at you, and he says, and the talon rises to meet it.
So she'll sort of duck herself as she walks over to him, quick little feet going silently click, click, click along the sandy ground. And she'll sort of duck in right beside him, underneath him, and kind of hide in his own shadow. And then sort of that. Peek her head up to him, beak raised, hiding down below, and look at him expectantly.
And he will sort of glance down at you, and he says, "I trust you came prepared with a secret."
She'll nod her head, a quick little nod.
That's good. I have a secret of my own to tell, should you wish to hear it.
So she'll reach sort of into her cloak and pull out a little piece of scroll. She'll kind of bite down on one of her feathers on her wing and just kind of rip it out to make a quill. She'll grab that quill, dip it into some ink that she carries, and then on her little piece of scroll, she will write the secret that she is going to share.
So the secret that you were given from home to share was that there have been disappearances within your home city of Setessa. Is there anything that you would like to do to change the secret or amend it or write it in a certain way or anything, or just is that what you're going to write?
She is going to write just does she know how many people have gone missing?
She does. As far as she's aware, 16 in the last 3 or 4 months.
All right, so she is just going to write gone -16 Setessa. And that's all she's going to write on it.
Okay. So he'll pick it up. He'll give it a quick read. And he'll look at you and he'll say, missing or dead?
In Leonin, she is going to reply, don't know, gone.
Don't know, gone. This is half a secret. I already knew that there were disappearances. I just didn't know how many.
She's gonna repeat in
Sure.
Leonin 16.
16. The last we heard was 4. That was a month ago. It is rising exponentially.
She's gonna nod
is a
her
problem.
head feverishly.
Well, onto my secret. And he is saying all this in Leonin to match you. He says, I would speak in Krufix's tongue, but I feel it would seem more natural if I spoke in my own. I have already checked. There is no one that understands my language here. And he will take a moment and he will say, inside Setessa is not the only place people are disappearing. The villages around. Many are being destroyed, razed to the ground.
And she's gonna reply like, Setessa? Like around Setessa?
Only Setessa. I have checked my sources in other cities. Nothing like this is happening in Miletus. Nothing is happening here.
She's gonna let out a low, crackly grumble.
Now you would know that there have been some reports of a village or two. There are kind of villages that are around Setessa, and they rely on Setessa for trade and resources, and so people often go out to provide them those things. And there have been reports. You have heard reports of some villages, people going there, and they've just been completely wiped out. Their residents are dead. Their houses burnt to the ground. Destroyed. No survivors. You've only heard of 1 or 2 instances of this, but the way that he's speaking seems to indicate that this is happening more than you were aware of. And he says, your sources will probably say that they already know of this. Am I correct?
She'll give a little quack, basically, and nod her head.
Quack, I love that. But do they know who is responsible?
No, she's gonna shake her head. And then in Leonin, give a little owl-like who.
He kind of looks around, and then in Undercommon, very, very quietly, he whispers to you, a prominent lectoy house here in Akros.
Her feathers are going to like sleek, like dead to her body. She's gonna shrink in size and sort of an annoyed, little terrified look.
I don't know which one. And there are many. You would know, actually. You know what? Make a history check for me.
Okay. Where is there's my history? Not so good. That's just a 7.
Okay. A 7. You would vaguely know that so the lectoi are the sort of noble families here in Setessa. Setessa, not Setessa, Akros. Is this going to be a recurring theme? Here in Akros, there are a number of noble families, and they are normally sort of the heads of them are normally kind of referred to as Lord Commanders. there are you remember that they are themed around animals, quite often. And you also maybe remember a couple of the animals. The one you do know is the royal house is the ram. And there are a couple of other really important ones. There's a lion and the bear, and then a few others, but you can't really remember. You haven't really studied across military history in your spare time, but you know roughly, and you've kind of seen as you've walked around. Some sort of like some of the guards have particular animal sort of sigils on them, but pretty sure there's a ram, there's a lion, there's a bear, and there's probably some other ones too.
So I don't know the family that he spoke of. I don't know what their crest is.
So he said there was a prominent family, a prominent lectoi, which is the name for nobility.
Okay, so he didn't name any.
But he does not. He has indicated that he does not know which family, but he knows that a prominent family here in Akros is responsible for some villages being razed to the ground in around Setessa.
All right. After sleeking herself down for a moment, she's kind of going to bristle her feathers up again and give herself a little shake to shake this knowledge off and kind of instill it into her brain. And then from there, she will, cock her head to the side a little bit and continue to stare at him inquisitively to see if there's anything else he would like to share, giving him that, cute, innocent, you can tell me anything kind of look, and seeing if he'll spill any more beans.
He kind of looks at you amused, and he says, "Oh, you want more? Like that didn't just, almost cost me my life to get you that information." Make a you can make a persuasion check if you like.
Nope, 6.
He says there really isn't much more to tell, but perhaps we could continue a conversation. Have you ever been to the Auroran Games? Seen the arena fights?
She's going to give a quick little shake of her beak.
I can guarantee we'll be safer in the crowds there than we are here in this alleyway.
She'll give a little thought. She'll look up at the sky a little bit, get a feeling of what she should do. Can she, have any insight? Is he telling the truth, or does she get a feeling?
Roll insight for me.
That is going to be a 15. That's a high number. That's going to be a 18.
18. Yeah, he seems genuine.
Okay. Okay, so if he's being genuine, she's going to kind of step out from under his shadow and take a couple of steps in front of him, sort of tilt her head back and give him a little nudge to lead the way.
Mm-hmm. All right. And as he kind of follows you and sort of escorts you to the arena, you kind of take one last look around, and you can just barely see the path that leads to the main gate, and outside it, the colossal statue that is at the entrance of the city. And it is at that moment, Onyx, that you are heading through the imposing gates of the city, past that very same statue that towers as high as the walls of the city itself. And you are so bedazzled by how tall this structure is, taller than some of the trees within Setessa, you think, that you are rendered almost oblivious to the multiple gawks and stares that you are receiving as you walk the pathway. If you want to describe your character.
Onyx is she looks almost passable for human, except for the fact that her skin is a very deep, dark Durkle, one might say. And a dark purple.
When it had taken damage.
And it almost if she was in the darkness and not a broad noonday sun, you might mistake her for just a very dark black human, or maybe a drow. But in fact, her skin is Durkle, and her eyes, once she begins to lower them back towards the ground, you can see that they her entire eye, including the sclera, the whites of her eyes, are actually black. She just has solid black eyes. She is dressed fairly modestly in sort of the clothes that you might expect from a artisan's family. Just maybe a pair of breeches and a loose tunic. And she's probably got a very basic plain sword strapped to her belt with a simple leather frog as in sword frog, the thing that holds swords, not an actual frog.
The thing that holds swords. Okay, so yeah, as you said, you're drawing quite a lot of attention as you walk through. It's not this is a place obviously filled with a multitude of different kinds of races and beasts, and people are used to seeing, people that are part human, part lion, and even part human, part horse, but they're not really sure that they've really seen many Durkle people around. As you kind of go through the gates, a guard steps in front of you, and he sort of holds his hand up. State your business. Why are you here?
Quick DM question. Am I by myself, or did my moms come with me?
You are by yourself.
Okay. I'm here to fight.
In the arena?
Yes.
Really?
I've
not seen you here before.
I haven't been here before.
I can see that. That's what concerns me.
I haven't been here before.
And there are people that kind of are around, and a different guard. He looks to be maybe a superior. He's dressed a little bit more smartly. He kind of comes over and he goes, "What's the problem here?"
I didn't think there was a problem. I just want to fight.
You're here to fight?
Yes.
And
I was told that anyone could fight.
You were told correctly. And he turns to the guard and he goes, "Anyone is welcome here in Akros during the Iran Games. That is the rules. We abide by the rules. Or should I go and speak to General Cassian about you making problems for some of our visitors?" And this guard goes, "General Cassian, what would he do anyway?" And the guard goes, "Oh, well then perhaps I should go and speak to Lady Estrella instead." And this guard
do I have to stay here for this, or can I? Are you guys?
Oh, of course. Move on through. And they kind of continue to argue. As you, I love that you're just like, I'm not here for this interaction. And yeah, you kind of step past them, and everyone immediately goes back to whatever they were doing. You make your way through the city with the memory of Darja's instructions in mind. The way that she had taken your hand and squeezed it while recounting her findings to you. The way that Bianca had fussed over her loom, as she often did when she's nervous. and the horrible memories of fire, blood, song, and thunder that conversation had brought back. Darja's words. His name is Dion of the Burning Spears. He enters the games every year. There you shall find your answers or vengeance, whatever you seek. So with her sword at your side and Bianca's tear-stained blanket not far from your reach, heading over to the clearly signposted tent in which sign-ups are taking place, you find a small crowd of people putting their names forward. 3 stand taller than the rest. All Goliaths, 2 significantly older than the rest. They appear to be having a kind of quiet conversation, but they stop along with everyone else when you walk into the tent, and one of them steps forward, an older man with a great big beam, and he goes, now here comes a warrior not to be messed with. Greetings, you look as if you've come far.
Yes, I have. How can you tell?
We've just not seen you around here, stranger.
I haven't been
we
around
mostly
here.
Get the same kind of contestants every year.
Oh, okay. My mother said I could come and fight.
Oh, no, by all means. I apologize if that came across as an admonishment. And he kind of indicates and sort of beckons. There's someone that's kind of shuffling through papers, and he kind of beckons them over, and he goes, this one here wants to fight.
Yes, I want to fight.
Oh, yes, we have some spaces left. What name would you like to be known as? Like, what would you like the audience to know you as?
My mother's called me Onyx.
So, just Onyx? It's not very
Onyx,
very inspiring.
The person. Is that not?
I'll just put on it. I'm gonna have to really sell this one. And he kind of just scribbles it down, and he goes, you know what? I'll come up with something.
All right.
I'll workshop it.
Whatever you
don't
like.
worry.
Honestly, just so
Anything
long as
I like.
What?
Are you giving me creative license?
What does that mean?
This is just so refreshing. I normally, and he's kind of off in his own world at this point. Normally warriors, they come and I want to be known as the world.
Can I at least
a tempest?
Can you at least run it by me before you say it to everyone?
Of course. How about Onyx Onyx Fury, the Battle Fury, and he's your like unimpressed face is like starting to get to him, and he's like, we can just go with Onyx. That yeah, let's go with Onyx then.
I really mm-hmm.
Okay,
yes.
Onyx it is. And he kind of writes that down. So he writes Onyx. Yeah, and you kind of turn your attention back to these Goliaths, and this rather imposing one that approached you. He's very where could she possibly be? She's supposed to. How long do we have left on sign-ups? And Kurobi's like, Father, she'll be here. She knows her duty. Of course. I have complete faith. I have complete faith in her.
Who are you talking about?
My daughter. It is her first time fighting this year. I'm very proud. And she's taken her sister, I think, to go and get some food, but she will be here any moment to sign up, I'm sure of it.
Well, I hope that she makes it in time.
She's a strong fighter. I hope she doesn't go up against you, though. Ooh, that'll be a battle.
I also hope that does not happen.
Do you have someone in mind you are hoping to fight?
Can I roll an insight check and see? I want to know. I want to figure out if I think it's safe to tell people who.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, go for it.
Actually, let me just do it on here. 11.
He seems nothing more than just curious. He's trying to make conversation. He seems like he's quite a outgoing character, and he likes to make his presence known within a place. And he's sort of jumped on the opportunity of a stranger. So he's kind of, making a big song and dance of, I guess, trying to make you feel welcome, but it is drawing a lot of attention to you as well.
Okay, I will say, I have come to fight a person named Thea. Have you heard of this person? He's something about a spear.
Spears. Dion, perhaps, of the burning spears?
Yes, that one. DM question, is it Theon, like TH, or Dion, like D?
Dion, Deon.
Gotcha.
And he fights every year. I have no doubt that I don't see him around now, but I've no doubt that he has signed up. Has Dion signed up for the fights? And the person shuffling papers goes, I mean, is the sky blue? And then he continues.
The sky, yes, the sky is blue.
Thank
Most
you.
of the time.
I wasn't sure, so I just had to check. And he just he realizing that it's completely lost on you. So he kind of awkwardly shuffles off. And he goes, okay, first round of fights are ready. And at this point, Killjoy, he looks a little or this Goliath looks a little nervous, but seems okay. And he says, so gather round. So Radbut of Miletus, you will be fighting against Fabia Wildspire. Dion of the Burning Spears, you will be fighting against Onyx. The Whirlwind, competing against Tubron Throst, and Gildra Proudmantle against Marlowe Bearmite. Of course, we love a little bit of intense rivalry, don't we? I think you've got it this year, Bearmite. Sort of starts bantering with a couple of the fighters.
Did Dion make himself visible when he called his name?
What is your no, do you know what? I think you would have been actively checking. So roll an active insight check for me. Insight. Just to see if anyone, twitched or reacted when their name was
big old 6.
A big old 6. You saw no visible reaction from anyone, no one kind of nudging and saying, oh, that's you, or anything. When your name was called and all the eyes were on you, no one seemed to react from what you could see.
If nothing else is happening currently, I'm gonna lean over to the Goliath that was talking and go, where's your daughter?
That's an excellent question. And I think you would kind of realize that this sort of boisterous, happy Goliath, he's starting to seem frustrated. He's bordering on a little bad-tempered now. And it's honestly a bit astounding. He was so, joyous and cheerful and jolly just a moment ago, and now it's like his mood has kind of switched. And he's almost a little frustrated by your presence when he was so welcoming only a moment ago, because he's very intently focused on finding his daughter. She had hopefully better make it for the second round. And also the younger Goliath is she will be here, father.
Is she also a Goliath? Perhaps she's.
Yes, she is my daughter, my blood daughter. Yes, she is.
I will watch for her. I will try to look.
That's very kind of you. Thank you. If you do happen to see her wandering around, then do let her know she's late. With that, finally, walking swiftly past the tent filled with hopeful fighters, Callista, if you could please describe your character.
Oh, yes. So Callista is a relatively short, about 5'2", human-looking woman with long dark hair. Her skin, her robes are blue and white, the colors of her goddess Afara, and her skin looks very pale, almost has a bluish tinge to it. It's kind of hard to tell if it's actually blue from just reflecting off the robes or if it's the color of her skin. And you can just barely see the tips of pointed ears coming up through her hair. And if you look really closely, you would notice that her fingers are slightly webbed. It's not very noticeable, but it is there. And she is wearing the robes of her goddess with the blue and the white, and she has a large pendant of an urn, blue, that is pouring out water on it, and she is looking a little distracted, like she always does, just because there's always so many things to see and so many people wandering around, and she doesn't really get out of the temple that often. And that is Callista.
Okay. And you are kind of you're walking with a number of other temple delegates. Melita sends a kind of convoy, mostly to kind of promote proper worship of the deities. And it is considered efficient that you all travel together. So you take a moment to really look around, take in the sights, the smells, the sounds. They're so unrecognizable from home. There's no saltiness in the air here, only dry heat and dust. But it is an adventure. And you once again, in your mind, thank Sybil for convincing Pythiana to let you come. This gives you the opportunity you wanted to pursue your latest vision. And the memory of it kind of hits you like a wave hits the rock. You are stood in the middle of an arena, a coliseum of some kind, still, except for the distant sound of the waves. Just going to change the music. Except for the distant sound of the waves. Or perhaps it is the roar of a ghostly crowd around you, though you can't see anyone. The Colosseum is not empty, though. It is covered all around in some kind of seaweed. There's fine strands of it kind of stretched overhead from sort of one corner of the arena to the other, like bunting. And they crisscross tangled up in a strange sort of web of chaos. And in the center of the arena, 4 strands hang. And when you look at them, they begin to kind of glow and almost beckon you. And this is a vision that you've had a few times. What do you think that Callista would have done?
She's walking with the delegation. She's kind of fingering
when it had
a
taken
bag
damage
that she has on her belt that has various small pieces of stone, polished stone that looks like maybe it came out of a construction of a temple or a statue or something. And she's thinking to herself, she really wishes she had 10 minutes to just sit down quiet somewhere and cast an augury spell to see what she's supposed to do here, because she doesn't get out of Miletus much, and she doesn't really get into town even in Miletus much, except for to go from one temple to the other. So she's very sheltered, and this is a little overwhelming, and she knows that she needs to follow this vision and to see where these threads lead. But she's a little overwhelmed by all the chaos and the noise. But she knows she probably doesn't have 10 minutes to just sit down. So she's not quite sure what she should be doing here. She knows she should probably get into the Colosseum somehow.
Yeah. So in the vision, I imagine that feeling kind of this beckoning that Callista, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, would have probably kind of gone towards them and listened. It was clearly calling to her. And so she kind of approached this first strand of seaweed and touched it. And as you do, it evokes the smell of a summer storm, the sound of pages being turned, that desire that you get when you need knowledge. And you see a brief crackle of lightning kind of run through this piece of seaweed just hanging down. The next strand evokes the smell of burning wood, the sound of women singing, cries of battle, and you see the blood and chaos of the Nyx drip to the floor below. The third strand evokes nothing, silence, faint whispers of a secret yet to be learned. The smell of the forest, perhaps? As you pull your hand away, they are briefly covered in white feathers before they fall to the floor. And finally, the last strand. It evokes the sound of music, the joy of creative freedom, the weight of expectation. And you kind of see a thrum of wild, uncontrolled, chaotic magic waiting to release when you touch it. And as you pull away from that final strand, they begin to braid together. The rush of the water becomes louder and louder, and then silent, and you hear only a faint whisper. Find them. And you're pulled once more from the memory, and you realize quickly that you have briefly lost sight of your fellow delegates. But a loud bell begins to ring, and an announcer takes to the stand. Ladies and gentlemen, today's Iroan Games within the Temple of Triumph are about to start. Head there now for the main event. And the arena stands in front of you. And I think that from there, we will take a short break, if everyone would like a short break, just to kind of stretch their legs and chill out for a moment. So maybe 10, 15 minutes, if that is okay, dear. And we will return and watch the games unfold. So, cool. Thank you so much for joining us, and we will see you soon. Hello. I just realized what Joan is doing. Hello, everyone. We're back. We're back with Therosian Odyssey, Strands of Fate. I can't get my words out. This is good intentions all over here, but forgotten how to speak. So let me reload that, reboot. Okay, good. We're back with Therosian Odyssey, Strands of Fate, with my lovely cast here, who we have just met everyone's characters, and they're, got to understand a little bit more about their situations, what's brought them here to Akros, the military city of Theros. And they are currently in the middle of the Iroan Games. And we are now entering the arena. All of them are heading in for various different reasons. And I guess we will see what takes place there. So you've probably noticed, everyone, that the map has changed slightly. So all of you, briefly, Astrea, as you kind of wander around the festival, you are caught by Cassian, who grabs at your arm and quite roughly says, "Did I not tell you to stay close?"
You said to stay close, then you said not so close, and then you told me to fuck off, so I did. Do you want me to listen to you or not?
Obviously, by that, I meant to stay close. So you're supposed to be by my side at all times. That is how this, if you could even call it a partnership, how that works. So
how unfortunate for both of us.
Indeed. We need to go and find my father.
Oh, you haven't finished disappointing him for the day yet?
One day, Astrea.
Yes, one day. You would look at me too hard and I'll fall on the ground and die, and you will just have the most wonderful day.
Most likely you will. The paper cut incident, he's going back to that incident because
it was borderline cardboard. It was cardstock. And it hurt.
That really irks you, doesn't it? How does it feel to have the books turn on you?
Oh. Where's your dad?
He is waiting for us in the arena. We will be sat, and he kind of becomes very serious. This banter that was between the two of you is kind of, he seriouses out, and he says, he's waiting for us in the arena. We will be sitting near to the regent herself. So somehow the gods have bestowed you with that honour. Not quite sure how or why, but I suppose they're all smiling on us this day in Eros' name.
For the love of the gods, do not cross your ankles. Just for once, have a posture.
He just looks at you and he says, I don't cross my ankles. I cross my ankles. And then he's just follow me, and he escorts you into the arena. Callista, you two managed to catch up with your fellow temple delegates, and you end up not sat too far away. This sort of section of the arena where you can see Astrea and Callista are sitting, they are reserved for sort of the more the noble houses and the more esteemed guests, and you are here to represent Ephara's temple, so you come as an esteemed guest. Eva, you may well have noticed your little icon here right at the very back, right in the shadows. The two of you are the Leonin has introduced himself at this point. He calls himself Jericho, and he is leaning against the wall, spear in hand, and he looks like he is on guard duty, for all intents and purposes. He's just kind of scanning the crowd, getting ready to look out for any more trouble. But he does briefly say to you, they sent you a long way to come to me. Did you do something to piss them off?
Eva is just kind of, as they entered into the Colosseum, her usual like stoic face suddenly has like almost a childish like wonder to it. Her eyes are going to go, they're black, but they're going to go big, and they're going to kind of like gloss over a little bit as she looks around. Kind of, she's never been in something so grand and open and full of people. So she's kind of in wonder of the situation, a little distracted until he speaks. Her eyes are going to sort of, her whole face is going to turn over to him, and just kind of like be sad for a second, but only a glimpsing second, and then she's just going to kind of shake her head a little bit, and turn it back to facing the arena before them, sort of like she doesn't want to talk about it, and she's listening.
And when you turn to face him, in this kind of bright sunlight, he kind of frowns and looks at you, and as you kind of go to turn away, he says, I have never seen this in a kenku before. White feathers?
And she's gonna quickly turn her head back and like snap her beak really hard, in a disapproving manner, like
my apologies.
I mean, that might give away subject. That it's a sore subject.
My apologies. I did not mean to pry. Obviously, we traded secrets, but I'm not asking for your personal secrets. And he says, "Did you know anyone that has disappeared? Did you know them personally?"
She's gonna give a shake of her head. So far, in her time there, no one she knows personally has gone missing. Though, I mean, some people go away for long periods of time before coming back. So there might be a chance someone's missing. But really, it can be months at a time.
As far as you're aware,
no
one. Yeah. He kind of says, it's awful how they're disappearing as well. They say, I don't know if you know this is true, that the houses of those that are, that have vanished have been left in chaos and some kind of strange substance, sticky.
This all seems to be new information to Eva.
This is new information. You had heard only that people had disappeared, and it seems like now he's kind of in his more comfortable environment, and he's in his like day job, as it were. It's kind of slightly maybe loosening his tongue a little bit. He's kind of come out of the Obsidian Talon mode, and he's kind of he's struggling with this like transition. You got very high passive insight, so you can see he's struggling with this transition of a double life, as it were. Something that you don't really struggle with yourself in the same way. So this is definitely a good way to get people to give a little bit more than they take in terms of this secret culture that you have going on.
So as he's talking and sort of giving more information, she's going to take the feather that she had plucked out earlier to write with, and she's going to kind of like offer it up to him as like sort of like a little gift. as like a thank
Oh.
you.
Oh, what color is the feather?
So in typical, Raven fashion, it is that iridescent-y blue-green, so it wasn't one of her white feathers. None of the feathers so far on her wings or most of her body have turned white. It's mostly just speckled sort of around her face. So she would have given him one of her longer black feathers from her wing. But majority of her right now is still black with just like a little bit of starlight white peeking on her face. So it's obvious that,
this is Kenku freckles.
Yeah, little Kenku white freckles. And by the number of them, it's something that's probably only started happening maybe in the last year, within the last season. There's not too many right now, but obviously as she's losing them and she's molting them, they're coming back white. But he gets a black one.
Sure. Cool. And he goes, oh, thank you. You're sneaky and you're good. I'm talking too much. Let us watch the games. And then he kind of pockets the feathers. The feather. So, Kalioka, sorry. Misread. You are nervously awaiting your big debut backstage. Liberace, he kind of comes out and he goes, right, everyone, in line. This is it. Now, impress me or any of the nobles. This is a surefire way to advance your musical careers. So, we all know what we're doing. Yes. New girl, you know what you're doing?
So, sir, do you think I could, maybe look a little better, just oomph of the performance? Maybe you have a hat or something for me? Or even better, a mask or something that
won't be necessary, surely. You will stick out like a sore thumb amongst everyone if you start dressing up all fancy. No, we must be uniform.
Wait, so am I wearing the same uniform they are?
By uniform, no. But they're not really in uniform as such, but by uniform, he means like plain clothes, not kind of sticking out too much, sorry, and certainly some kind of flamboyant hat or mask would definitely attract attention.
Is there anything that I can see near me that I could just kind of throw on, even if it's some suit to mix in my head to make it darker? But essentially because I'm terrified of the fact now that my father's going to see me when I step out, and I'm like, oh no, I did not think this through.
Make a perception check for me.
Okay, 1 sec. Perception. That's a 5, so I'm guessing I did. Getting out all the bad rolls.
You have a really quick glance round, and you don't really, throw your all into it. You're panicking at this point, blind panic. And the closest thing that you see is like a mop.
I love it.
Break this mop so that it's just the head of these kind of dangling. It is in the bucket, and the bucket is filled with dirty water. But you could just, flop it on your head if that's what you want to do.
I'm definitely going to take the mop, break the handle, and fashion it into this wet, dreadlock wig around me, and it's just dripping dirty water on my shoulders, and I just kind of look at the other side. I'm ready. Okay. And stand, hopefully, angling my bagpipes in a way. I'm just looking at a reflection on the bucket to be what angle can I hold these bagpipes so they can't see my face?
Okay, so you are towards the back, mostly because the procession is going to lead out in a kind of order. The drums will come first, and they will start the beat, and then as each instrument comes out, it joins. And at this point, the Barachi goes, okay, and he kind of doesn't even really notice that you are now wearing a mop on your head. And he goes, let us begin. And he kind of, and the drums start up and they begin to march out. You, along with sort of a couple of other, there's a couple of wind instruments there, begin to march out with them into the arena. You walk to the center, and then each section splits off into different corners by the door. So where I've currently got you stood, you are stood with a couple of like a drummer and let's say a flautist, because I used to play the flute, and there is a similar kind of ensemble going on around the other side of the door, and then on the door opposite on each side you have a couple of members of the music band, and you are kind of setting the beat. Roll another performance check when it had taken damage.
Okay, come on, we can do it. Okay, so 21. Oh my god.
Hey!
Yes. This barbarian's working the performance.
I do not know how you can claim to have been playing the bagpipes for a week. Okay, so this was a real test for you, because you've been practicing Old MacDonald, but this is a song that everyone else seems to know and have practiced, and you have never heard before. But you do a really decent job of, shall we call it, musical improvisation. And it's not exactly what everyone else is doing. Everyone else is very uniform in light, and you are providing these these little
I imagine
inflections, your own little take on what's going on.
I imagine Kalyuka sitting in there starting with her, trying to go with the beat, and then suddenly transitioning into a bagpipe version of Careless Whisper as she just really turns around and starts holding it up and really getting into the groove of jazz. Okay, it's like
you are like Lisa Simpson in the opening credits of The Simpsons. You have that moment where they're all playing and then they all just stop and watch as you just go off and do your own thing. And everyone seems to be kind of getting into it.
Would I see this?
And enjoying it. They enjoy it, and they there's a lot of cheering and clapping, because they're used to the kind of strict of it, but they're here for entertainment. And you have provided that in musical form before the fights have even begun. Are you looking in the crowd for your family?
Oh my god, that's so hard. I'd say yes, because I'm really feeling it towards the end. I'm looking for my my younger siblings and mom.
Am I around?
Not yet. You are waiting in the wings, as it were. But you would have heard it. And I actually think that you probably would have come out of the door on the opposite side of Kalyuka. But you would have heard the music. You can hear that the crowd are getting hyped up. You do hear a slightly strange variation on the music. Someone has clearly kind of artistically gone off and done their own thing, but the crowd love it. And maybe that was planned. You don't know. You're looking around for your family. Roll a perception check for me.
Okay. Ooh, that's a 7.
A 7. You there's a lot of people in this crowd, and you can't really catch. You look towards the kind of right area where you think that they might be, and they're certainly not going to be sat with the noble delegates or the prominent families. So you kind of look more towards the general masses, as it were, and you don't see them immediately, and then you kind of have this feeling of, do I even want to see them? And so you stop looking before you do see them and get your answer onto exactly how they're feeling about you playing a tune instead of doing a fight.
I love it. Like mop water just glistening in the air as I keep turning around playing these bagpipes.
All right. And you are stood waiting. You know that between each fight, there will be a sort of musical solo. And that brings us to Onyx, who, as the band kind of disperse, you are then kind of told to go. And the announcer, same announcer before, he begins to yell out names. Go on, Jen.
Unmuted. Okay. Just for the purpose of doing my very best to prove Cassian wrong, I'm going to keep an extra eagle eye out for any sort of, oh my God, Cetessan mischief.
Cetessan mischief.
Yes, because like that was kind of how it was interpreted. So I'm just gonna like keep an extra eye out for anything that looks fishy or murderous.
All right.
And hope
or
to my asshole boss wrong.
Or Durkle. Okay. Yeah. So you make a perception check for me, in fact.
Please hold. Oh, that's a whole 10.
A whole 10.
A whole 10.
You look around for Cetessan mischief, and then you kind of realize that, I mean, Cetessans are just people. You're just looking at people mischief at this point. You're not really sure who specifically here is Cetessan.
I'm just so annoyed that I'm just like, that's a person in a cloak. That's just normal.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't necessarily think that you see anything within the crowd. But as the announcer gets ready to start calling out the names, he approaches you, Onyx, and he says, I've got it. Rather than just Onyx, where did you come from?
Well, I came from a village, but after that I came from Cetessa.
Cetessa, perfect. So what about Onyx of Cetessa?
All right.
Great. That makes my job so much easier. Thank you. And then he kind of heads out. The music has started. And he begins to call out the names. Sir Redbert of Miletus competes against Fabia Wildspire, and these from opposite sides, these quite hardened looking warriors. I mean, you definitely stick out like a sore thumb in terms of your dress. A lot of them are kind of wearing very similar. Miletus is slightly different armaments, but it looks like a vast majority of these people are living in Akros, and so they are wearing standard Akros armor.
I should point out that I am, unless you say that I am not, I am wearing chainmail.
No, that's fine. You are wearing chainmail. That's fine. So they begin to make their way out. And he does the whirlwind against Tuberon Shosk, Gildra Proudmantle competing against Marlowe Bearmite. And the crowd give a big sort of cheer for those two. There's clearly, you got this from earlier, but there's clearly some kind of intense rivalry, and they're often paired together because clearly they make a good, entertaining fight. And lastly, he says, and lastly, our returning favorite, Dean of the Burning Spears. This is a new challenger, Onyx of Setessa. And you begin to make your way out. So I'm going to just move these to their correct position.
Yeah, I'll say she just walks sort of slowly and deliberately looking for Dion and pulling her sword out. And if possible, her eyes get darker than they already were.
No worries.
Eva's probably going to react a little bit to this, hearing someone from her home city. So she's kind of going to probably step away from the Leonin and make a couple of like quick little hops down the stairs to stand as close to the ledge there as she can, kind of with childlike curiosity. She's going to like lean over and stare down into the pits.
Mm-hmm. And of course, Estrella, a newcomer from Setessa, has entered the arena. No one has seen this person before. And Cassian even leans over and says, is this the Setessan trouble we were so worried about?
I turned to him, I'm just like, 2 gold on the Setessan.
Dion always wins. Done.
Put your money where your mouth is and uncross your legs. Told you.
He uncrosses his legs. Sheepishly. Okay. And so, Onyx, you are faced with this man. He is in Gladiator's kind of armor. He does look like he's dressed in sort of armor of Akros, but it's got some slightly different symbols on it, and you can see he also has tattoos that are sort of fire and spears on fire. It's a theme and it's sticking to it. And he kind of comes across from you and he goes, oh, well, I've not seen you here before. It's good. I like a challenge.
What were you doing in my village?
Excuse me?
What were you doing in my village?
And at that, the announcer goes, and begin! And he lunges for you.
Okay,
I will. Are you going to attempt to dodge, yeah? I will get a roll.
Come at me, bro.
Come at me. 16 to hit?
Nope.
And he kind of clanks off of your armor and he goes, that's good armor. What's that about a village?
You were in my village before my mother's found me. What were you doing there? And I'm going to attack him.
Okay. Roll to hit.
So I have on my longsword, I have a 1d8 and a 1d10. Is the d10 if I'm using it two-handed?
If you're using it two-handed, yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm going to roll. And then do the Nyxborn power. Do I get that for every attack?
If you hit, yeah.
Oh shit! I rolled damage instead of attack. Hold on. I have not used D&D Beyond before. There we go. 12.
12 to hit.
Yeah.
I believe that's probably not going to hit. That does not
was
hit.
Almost a 22.
It clanks off of his armor. But he kind of notices the when you say you hit, were you kind of just responding, or would you say that there was intent within that?
Oh, definitely there's intent. My goal with this in my head is to get him to the point where he's completely at my mercy and then just pummel him with questions.
Okay, so definitely intent to severely injure. So he feels that from you. He feels the way that you have a lot, and he seems taken aback. And he says, This is fight to yield, not fight to the death. You know the rules, right? And then he responds, and he rolls in that one. So he's obviously so thrown off by the vicious kind of way that you kind of went to hit him, that he completely misses. It's kind of really thrown him off balance. What I'm going to say then is that your strikes that you're giving will give damage, but you are attempting to non-lethally basically subdue him. But there is intent behind them, so that there is going to be damage inflicted and everything like that.
Gotcha.
And yeah, so he kind of swings wildly, misses, and he looks panicked or a little off guard. He looks like you know that you're not supposed to kill me, right? This is just a battle for show, like kind of vibe.
As I go for my next attack, I'm going to repeat the question. What were you doing in my village? And I'm going to roll to attack. Oh my fucking god.
Can I
Estrella
read their
as well?
lips?
Oh, can you read their lips?
Yes, I moved a little bit closer.
Yes, you did move a little bit closer. Estrella and Eva, I will get you both to roll perception checks for me. And Estrella as well, can you roll me an insight check?
Okay, perception is a synthetic 20.
Synthetic.
And insight is a 16.
Sorry, did you ask me to roll too?
Yes, perception.
Yeah.
Okay, so synthetic. Actually, just roll because you can read the lips. Roll advantage on that perception check. I know that you got a synthetic 20.
Hey, we'll see if I can get a natural one. Nope.
Yeah. No. Okay, that's fine. Okay,
I got a 14.
14 for your perception. Got it. So I'll start with Eva. You are watching this this particular fight, and it's quite close to where you're standing. It's probably the closest one. And you can only really see the back of Onyx, but what you don't really read what they're saying or anything like that. You can see there's a conversation happening, which already is striking you as slightly odd compared to the other competitors. They're just, going at it. They're not really talking. But these two are, there's a real conversation happening. I will say that you don't read what their lips say, but you can see that Dion of the Burning Spear is looking a bit frightened. He definitely looks uncomfortable with the direction that this fight is taking, but not just in a I'm losing kind of way, more in a like he seems really caught off guard and something's not right. Estrella, you would definitely see the same. You would probably be able to, let me see, You rolled a synthetic 20. I will say you can make out bits of what they're saying. You can see that this sort of purple cetacean is repeating something about a village, and it's a demanding way that they keep repeating this point. And you can see that their competitor, Dion of the Burning Spear, who you have met him before. He's a bit of a dickhead, not Cassian level, but
he's really into those spears.
He looks a little off. He looks a bit frightened, and he seems confused in his responses. You can't really get what he's actually saying, but he does seem confused in his responses. And Onyx, whose name you do know because the announcer said it, is really hammering in the point of whatever. So there seems to be something more personal in the way that their battle is taking place.
Is that both from the perception and the insight?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Am I getting like murderous vibes from Onyx?
You are getting that she has come with an agenda.
She wanted to fight specifically him, not just to fight.
Yeah. There seems to be, she is asking him questions. So there seems to be some history between them. And there is definitely agenda vibes coming from Onyx, but not necessarily like her attacks are more vicious. But they are, the way that they're aimed, they are not necessarily lethal right now.
Okay. I'm just gonna turn to Cassian and just say, I think she's got him on his toes. Pay up soon.
I love that. Okay. Onyx, you already responded, didn't you? Or did you
did.
Not? You did.
I did. I would really
okay.
love to say that I didn't roll the thing that I rolled, but I did.
Oh.
It was a 10.
It was a 10. Unfortunately, that does not hit, but once again, thrown off balance. And he responds and he goes, listen, lady, I've been in a lot of villages, okay? You're going to have to be more specific. And what's your problem? And he, this time, goes to hit. And he rolls a 14. I guess that does not hit. Nope. It doesn't hit.
All right.
That is his response to you.
She's going to say, she's going to drive forward as she's attacking and say, 2 years ago, village, no, not 2 years ago. It couldn't have been that long, right? How long ago was it?
It was like 2 or 3, I think we said, didn't we?
Oh, okay. I just was making sure that it wasn't the same as the other thing that you're talking about. Okay, so 2 years ago, a village a few miles outside of Setessa, you destroyed it. What were you doing there and why? And she's gonna roll. Oh yeah. All right. 23. No, 22.
22 hits. Roll some damage for me.
Stray just smirks at Cassian
All right.
as the first blood lands.
Nice.
6 plus 4. 10 damage.
Oh, you got him on his toes. He is literally down to his last. Let me just see. He is literally on his last leg. So with one swipe, and as you do so, your sword begins to glitter with starlight, the same as your hands, which are now also beginning to glitter with starlight. All of that barely contained rage seeps through into your blade, and you have him on his knees, and he is very hurt.
I think
and the crowd, ooh, as he is brought to his knees in one foul swoop.
Under her breath, in a way that she doesn't even realize she's doing it, she starts humming.
When you had questioned him about the village outside of Setessa, you hit because he was completely taken aback. And just to clarify, by the way, with your point a little bit earlier, and maybe I should have clarified with Eva as well, the information that Eva you collected, the people disappearing within Setessa is a separate incident to the villages disappearing outside, and your knowledge and Jericho's knowledge of that would be that has been happening for a number of years. The villages, a couple of years roughly, whereas the people disappearing is very recent. So that's to clarify that point. But you hit him and swipe across his stomach, and he falls to his knees, and he kind of takes a moment. He goes, I recognize that song. I heard that song.
What song?
The song you're singing, the song you're humming. Oh.
What is it?
I don't know. I was hired to destroy that village. That's what I do. I'm a mercenary, but some woman, she was singing that song. She was defending the village.
Defending
Listen,
it
I don't want trouble.
Who hired you?
I can't tell you that.
Tell me, or the sword goes through your guts.
And we will switch over to Callista, who, as this is going on, you are sat amongst your delegates, and you are watching these battles happen, and you are really trying to have a look around this whole arena, because this is the arena from your vision. You recognize it immediately. The same statues, the same, and there's even bunting, much like there was this seaweed that you saw, bunting from post to post to post. So you know that this is where you're supposed to be, and you are now desperately looking for these souls, these essences, these people that your vision was guiding you towards. And I would like you to make a perception check for me.
I can do that. That is a +6. So 10.
10 altogether.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
A little overawed by the whole thing.
You feel a pull. You get the sense that the people that you're looking for are in this arena, all of them at the same time. But as you're looking around, you cannot identify anyone in particular. You're desperately waiting to cast eyes on them, maybe receive another vision. And then another whisper. It sounds like it's coming from right next to you, but it's not. The two people either side of you, they're very engrossed in the battle. You hear, look up, And you do. You know exactly where to look. And there is a tower on the far side. Let me see if I can make this possible to see. So on the far side of the map, bottom right of the map, you should be able to see a tower. There is a lady stood there. She has long braided silvery hair. A sort of, it's a darker, but it's a dusky pink skin and purple kind of robes on. And she stands out, like she stood on this tower. There's no one else around. And she is looking directly at you. And she smiles. And it's like everything else that's going on around you is just background noise. The noise dulls. And she says, it's good you came. They're here too. Now it's time for the test. And once again, the arena erupts into roars, chaos, and you are focused solely on this lady that no one else can see as she raises her arms to the heavens. And you hear, everyone hears a deafening roar, much louder than that of the crowd. In fact, so loud that the crowd fall to a hush. And Onyx, you are poised, demanding these answers, and you hear the sudden silence. You look around, and from on top of the arena, jumping down into the pits with you, is this large lion. Its coat is silvery, gleaming with starlight. Its mane is golden, the color of the stars themselves. It looks around, and Callista, you are still centered on this lady. She is not moved. She is looking directly at this lion now, and she slightly adjusts her hand, and this lion lets out an almighty roar. I would like everyone to roll initiative. I did forget to do the most important thing, and no, that's not right. Put Cassian in the Cassian in the pit, so I'm just going to quickly do that now.
Well, I need to switch out my dice because I rolled another 4, so I got a 7 initiative.
I'm going back to the digital dice. Mine was so bad.
I rolled a nat 1.
Why are you so big?
I'm glad I rolled a nat 1 on initiative, I guess.
Y'all don't do this to me.
Hey, rather it be initiative than like attack roll,
I know.
and you cut yourself.
Oh my god, Cassian's big. Holy shit.
I have no idea why Cassian is so huge. Wait, I'm gonna just check where no, his size category is definitely medium. I'm not really sure why he's coming up so big. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix this.
Cassian, good lord, I know you're excited, but calm down.
Is it this? Is it because his scale is at 3? What's everyone else's scale at? Oh yeah, that could be it. That could be it. For some reason, his scale is at like 3 times the size of everyone else's. It's just
like
automatically set him at that. He's got a big ego. The Foundry knows and understands this, and is like, we need to get a token that matches the size of his ego. So let me just, pull him down a peg or 2. Okay, so now that's better. Cassian's looking much more like the size that we're expecting.
I go
okay.
then.
Cool. So I can begin combat, and it should allow you to roll initiative on here, but if you've already done it, can I add you? No, not like that.
Would you prefer that we roll initiative on the thingy?
If it allows you, I would prefer it, just because I think I don't actually know how to get you on here without.
Got it.
Sorry.
And I will go ahead and re-roll my sweet 18.
Oh darn.
I can change it to an 18 once you just roll it, and I can change it on there if that's, unless it's
yeah.
You've accidentally rolled
what did
twice. I think you rolled twice. I feel like 20 was your first one, so I'm going to just remove the 12.
Okay, since I'm always the tech Blood-Eye, how do you roll in?
Yeah.
You go into your character sheet in the little third tab from the left. You go into your character sheet and then click on the word initiative.
Did I roll?
I saw Onyx roll.
Okay. I didn't see where it came up.
Oh, there you go.
It comes up
you
in the
rolled a
chat.
7.
Got it. That was worse than my first roll.
Astrea, you'll be really bummed out to know that Cassian rolled higher than you. Can you see Lulu where you need to go?
Yeah, I clicked on initiative, but as per my luck, nothing happened.
Do you mind if I... Oh, there you go.
Oh,
161? I don't know how you managed that.
What?
You rolled a D1000.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
You rolled a D1000 plus a D10 plus a 3 plus a D20, and you got 161. So actually, not great.
That's
so amazing.
Into what's going on.
Do you know
here.
what I'm gonna just do? If you
The
roll
D20
your
was a
normal
14.
dice, just roll your normal dice there, and I will update the number.
I rolled a 19 plus 3.
Nice.
So 22. That is wonderful. Okay, so I'll update that. Who else am I missing? Oh, the lion. That would be helpful.
I can think of so many lion jokes, but they're all references.
Okay, I can't figure out how to roll.
Thank you for making.
Okay, do you want me to roll for you?
Yep, please.
Okay, I'm gonna just toggle the combat state, and you had already rolled.
Oh, did I? It doesn't make any noise or anything when I roll.
It's in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, I believe you rolled a 20 altogether in your first one. So
sorry.
I will. No, that's okay. I only just realized after I'd pressed. There it is. Roll again. I was like, wait, no, she did already roll.
Yeah.
Update combat. Okay, so I'm putting you at 20.
Thank you.
So everyone here has rolled, right?
Yep.
I'm gonna just have all the gladiators go at the same initiative. I've got. Okay, so that should be everyone. The lion rolled shockingly. Great. So, Callista, this actually makes a lot of sense. You are seeing what is going on way before anyone else is seeing what's going on anyway. So what would you like to do? The lion kind of it almost seems to appear from thin air. To the rest of you, certainly, you would not have noticed where this lion came from. It's just now suddenly in the pit, and it's not a normal lion. It is big, and it is shining with this starlight. It is definitely the Nyx is common knowledge. It is definitely got some kind of Nyx influence within it. So it kind of lands, lets out an almighty roar, and it looks aggravated. Callista, the floor is yours.
Okay, so having heard that this is a test in her head, she's gonna look around one more time and kind of hopefully do one more insight or perception check to see if she can get any more insight on who these people are that she's supposed to find, if she can get some feel on the music or the rage or the secrets in the white feathers.
Yeah,
just so she can see if she knows who she should be helping out.
I will let you do that as a free action, but it will be perception. If it is. Yeah.
That is a synthetic 20.
A synthetic 20, that's a lot better. So I'll tell you, so let's have a quick look at who you can see. Oh, goodness, you have a good view on just about everyone. You hear her say this is a test. You see this lion pad into the arena, and you once more look around. You'd been so focused on trying to find someone special that you'd almost missed the obvious. There is a combatant in the arena who immediately looks up, and her skin is the same color of that Nyx chaos that you saw dripping from one of the seaweed strands. She has all of the rage that you felt, that determination, that willpower that you felt when you touched that strand, just written on her face, as she kind of reacts to this lion kind of appearing. She is poised, ready, quite clearly to, kill this man potentially in front of her. You also, synthetic 20. Yeah, you feel these little pricks of consciousness, and you find your eyes darting around. You see on the very far side of the arena there is a group of musicians, and you see one that seems to stand out above the rest. She has a shock of pink hair. She's a Goliath, so smaller for a Goliath, but she does still tower above the humans around her. And she clutches her bagpipes and kind of looks on at this creature that's just appeared, confused. And then there are a couple of pricks of consciousness either side of you. That sort of summer storm knowledge, pages turning, is nearby. You can feel maybe near the statue. It's very near to you. And a little further you can't see. That is all that you detect. You feel like that there is another person here, and you remember that one that was silence, but silence is really hard to find in a arena full of noise. And so you do not detect either, but you can feel one nearby, and you can clearly see two.
Okay, well, definitely with that, and especially feeling that pull towards Onyx, and Callista is going to move, probably use her action and bonus action to move as close as she can. So it looks like the stairs are over by where Eva is to get down. So she wants to get into the arena to try to get as close to the two that she knows where they are as she can. So
you can. I will let you there. So essentially, there are walls that separate the arena, because it's like a pit, right? But there are little like handholds that you can climb down into the pit. So what I will say is that it will. What is your movement?
30.
30. So you will move 5 feet to get to the edge, and then it would normally be 10 foot, but to use these handholds, it takes a little bit more time. So it's going to be double your movement speed to just kind of get down into the arena, which gives you, that puts you sort of here. And then you have 5 foot of movement unless you want to dash or left to kind of position yourself wherever you want to position yourself.
No, I'll probably dash because I'm not close enough to do anything that I at the moment. So I will move another 30 feet closer. It would help if I could actually see the numbers on my
That's 30 feet.
Even with my reading glasses. Okay. Well, yes, so she would move. I'll figure out how to move my token here in a minute, but that she would just be trying to get as close as she can to the action and be prepared to try to help out all of the people that she's identified as the people that she was supposed to meet.
Sure. Okay, perfect. Cool. Do you have any bonus actions that you want to do or anything like that?
I think the bonus would have been the extra movement, so.
No, so it was an action to dash.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. No, but I don't think I have any bonus actions either because I didn't take spiritual weapon. So no, I'm good.
That's okay. Well, I think you're level 1 anyway, so I'm not sure that you can get spiritual weapon at level 1. I love that everyone just goes, I don't have spiritual weapons, so no bonus. Okay, so we move on to Eva.
Eva, from her sort of position up here, she'll sort of see everything going on down in the arena, the lion jump in, and then as it seems a couple of people seem to be coming down from the crowd. So what she herself is going to do is she's going to jump down from this ledge, which I don't know if you want that to be double movement for her to jump down.
To jump down into the pit?
No, she's not going to the pit. She's going to sort of position herself on the rim along the outside.
Oh no, yeah, that's fine. So that's normal movement. I was looking at those as stairs, not a ledge. So
okay, so I thought it was like a ledge. The plebes.
Yeah, now I'm looking at it.
People.
I'm like, oh, is that a ledge? But I think it's just stairs.
Okay, so a little black blur is going to make its way down the stairs and sort of jump itself up onto the ledge of the arena. And then she's going to reach in behind her cloak and pull out. It wasn't added on here, but I added it on D&D Beyond in my inventory. She is going to pull out her short bow. And as her action, she is going to ready her bow. So she's going to draw it back, aim it towards the lion, and ready it in case the lion makes any attack towards anyone. So if the lion does move to make an attack, she will be ready to shoot it. Okay.
Sounds good. And yeah, are you doing anything else with your turn?
No, that's my movement and my action to ready. I do not have any bonus actions yet.
Perfect. The lion, actually, let me have a real quick look. I don't think it can.
Wait, don't I go before the lion?
You do, but I'm just checking, what it can do, if it can do things before. Cool. So yeah, it is Calliope's go.
Calliope is going to be quite disturbed, but she knows how important this festival is, and she has come here to the arena almost every year with her family to see it and to see this thing suddenly come here. She I think the first thing that she'd do is look for her family in the stands. Could I use my action to maybe look around to see if anyone's
I'll let you
in
do
harm's
I'll let you do a perception check. I'll let you do a perception check.
So that is okay, a dirty 20.
A dirty 20, lovely. Yes. This time you do see them. They are all banded together. And you see them in that transitory moment of where they are just acknowledging that the lion is here. So you watch as your family, so your sister and brother, in all their excitement to see you perform, even with the mop on your head, they recognize you immediately. And they cannot contain their excitement. And so they are, they were waving, they were cheering, and that caught the attention of your parents, your father, who is nervously looking around trying to figure out where you are. And he sees your sister and brother, and he looks in your direction. And you watch that moment where his face falls and he frowns, and then a lion appears. He suddenly has bigger things to worry about, and he immediately jumps into action of keeping his family behind him, keeping them safe. Your older brother is nowhere to be seen. You presume that he is probably getting ready backstage to come and fight in a later battle. But your two youngest siblings and they are positioned. I will mark on the map where they are. You see them in this sort of area here.
Okay.
Can you see that okay?
Yeah, got it. Okay. So
so they're kind of over in that direction, and your father gives you that. He looks disappointed, and then his attention is diverted, and he immediately springs into action, defending his family. So let me
So I'd like to maybe run in a sort of a straight-ish line 30 feet ahead to somewhere here, if that's possible.
Yeah, of course, you can do that.
And I'd like to stand there and kind of like, yell out to this line and go like, "Oi! You think you can take the attention away from the Temple of Triumph? You think you can destroy the festival?" And I'm going to like take my bagpipes and kind of like gather its attention by drawing it to me and cast compelled duel on it to kind of distract it into coming away from where the audience is and maybe closer to the middle of the arena.
I love that. What does it need to do? Make a wisdom saving throw?
It's I think for mine it's charisma, so it's a charisma 12.
Charisma 12. Okay. Let me just find that. So
I'm not too sure. It says my spell casting is charisma here, and so it's usually wisdom, but for me it says
so your spell casting that sets the DCs and your spell attacks is your charisma, but it will still be a wisdom saving throw.
Got it. So that's a Wiz 12 then.
Wisdom saving throw. Oh, let's go. It rolled a 9.
Oh, awesome. Okay. And that would be the end of my turn, but I would be essentially like goading it to come towards me so that, because just from my training, I know that maybe the other gladiators here are kind of like getting together to maybe attack this thing, to just give some time for the audience to get out, the spectators to get out, and for the real fighters to come in instead. So I'm going to work on using my bagpipes to kind of like lure it towards me at this point.
Okay, so you're making a lot of noise. Okay, so it is now compelled, essentially, to come towards you. Cool. If that is everything?
Yep.
Cool. Then we move on to Cassian, who immediately jumps into action. He kind of briefly looks towards his father, who's sitting nearby, and his father turns to him and says, well, don't just stand there. And Cassian jumps down. So he jumps down 20 feet here. If I can get it to move. So he's now in the pit here. And then he will dash towards the lion. Further, 30. So he's made 20 feet. So he's got 40 feet movement left. And as he goes, he will yell out, come on, Australia, but don't get yourself killed. And he will be, expecting you to come with him or to support him in some way. So in he goes, the mighty hero. He's on his way, which then leads us to these here gladiators. A certain gladiator over here is currently prone and a little indisposed. So I'm not really sure that the lion's his greatest priority. I would say that he would be trying to use the distraction to...
I would say when the lion came in, she stopped looking at him. Her sword is probably still trained on him a little bit, but the lion does have her attention.
Yeah, okay. He will probably be using the distraction to try to get away from you, because you've got him pretty badly beat up. So I would say he would action disengage and then run 30 feet towards the doors. So let's do that. And he is over here. Other gladiators, they stop their fights. Can any of them get to this lion? Actually, do they have spears? That's a really good question. They would probably try to maintain a safe distance if they could. Also, can you read Compelled Jewel and find out what happens if something else attacks?
So it says if it's an ally, but since I haven't met them before, it says a creature friendly to you.
A creature friendly to you. Some people would probably determine that to be anyone that is not a threat, is killing the same goal as you are. But I would probably determine it to be, for the sake of the story as well, people that, I don't know, you tell me what you would prefer, because I don't know that these are necessarily...
I think it does make sense. Someone that's basically not targeting me to attack. Like, I guess. So any ally on the field would be a creature friendly to me. So I'd say yes, it would break when anyone else
you would
steps by.
consider them friendly because they are trying to get the same goal. Okay,
Exactly.
I'm gonna just quickly see if they do have spears. So they will have one spear to throw each. They might not hit anyway, so let's see.
It's
I'm gonna have to roll it manually. So +3 to hit.
damage is the target. I got it.
So that is an 8 to hit. No. 7 to hit. No. These fighters are terrible. Another 8. A 12. Does a 12 hit? No.
God,
that one is a nat 20 though.
Oh wow.
So this one gladiator's got their shit together, right? And they know what they do. Oh, actually, some of them are at disadvantage. Okay, please hold. Okay. So this one,
all of these guys missed. They're all getting fired.
Yeah, all of these guys that missed are getting fired by Cassian. He is firing all of them. And move here. Yeah, move. Okay, no, actually that would not be a disadvantage, that one. So when it had taken damage. Okay. So nat 20, so it's good to get some damage on these things. And the other 2 missed. Okay, so we've got one nat 20 hit and the other 2 have missed. So these gladiators are terrible. They should definitely be putting their mind to maybe crowd control or something, or get a new job. They don't know what they're doing. They've not thrown spears in a really long time. Really? Only 1 hit? That's amazing. So they did 4 double to 8. Yeah, 8 piercing damage to this creature. Okay, and it's now got like a sort of spear sticking out of its side. Cool. And the rest have just clattered to the floor. We move on then to Astrea.
Fantastic. I have a quick lead-up question, which is, are there people already in the crowd doing crowd control?
No, not currently. Everyone is in like,
okay,
holy shit at the moment.
Now, Cassian's dad, good old Lord Commander, is he the kind of person that would want crowd control?
Yes.
Great. All right. So, what movement would it be to hop down?
From where you are, it would be 20 feet.
All right. So I'll do that. Would that put me, hang on, here? Oh, okay. Collides with one wall. Yikes. Oh, bless.
What's happened?
It won't let me move it to the downstairs. There we go.
That would put you to here.
Gorgeous. And then I can move 10 more. Great. So I'm going to, before I hop down, shout U6, keep the crowd safe. Don't be a fucking dum-dum. And then I'll scoot up here. Actually, you know what? Hang on. Where was I?
Addressing the gladiators, I take it.
Yes.
Yes.
And then I'll scoot to here, double check my measurements. Yes, I'm good. And then I'm going to go ahead and cast a chromatic orb, of course, lightning damage, at this lion. Actually, hang on.
Can I try to jump in front of it?
It's not a reaction that you have, unfortunately.
Let's see. I'm trying to get myself in a position where I can shoot it past Cassian's ear because fuck him. That should do it. Let me just double check, make sure I won't hit the gladiator. Yeah, I'm good. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and move to there and then shoot the chromatic orb directly past Cassian's ear because fuck him.
Is it an attack roll?
It is an attack roll.
Don't forget your d6 of lightning damage if you want to use one of those charges.
Oh, always.
Thanks a lot, Karanos.
Does a 17 hit?
A 17 does indeed hit, yes.
Oh, thank God. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and use one of my thingies.
Yes. So roll your extra if you've got that as well. If you can just give me the total, that would be great.
Absolutely. Let me see. That's a total of 18 lightning damage.
18.
As I summon a bolt of purple tinted lightning and just hurl it at this lion. As I'm yelling at the gladiators to just stop embarrassing themselves and just go do crowd control. I don't say that out loud because that's not quite the vibe that I'm sure our Lord Commander is going for.
Come on, you know him long enough to know that he loves to berate people.
In which case, I will tell them to stop embarrassing themselves and get on crowd control.
Absolutely, and you would notice as you kind of hop gracefully down, and sort of go, stop embarrassing yourselves, get on crowd control. There is a nod of respect from the Lord Commander. But interestingly enough, of course, the Lord Commander himself hasn't moved to do anything. He's just exceptionally interested in watching everyone else and what they're going to do. Okay, so we move on to them.
Can I
believe it is Onyx next, if I'm correct. You have a bonus action. Yes.
Can I ask my burb to do a sweep of the area of the Coliseum?
Is that using them, is that an action or a bonus action?
I don't know. I'm so sorry. It just says acts independently but obeys your commands. It doesn't
because is it an action to poof them out?
Oh, okay. So like once it's been cast, which is kind of like what I was asking earlier about whether I would have already cast it before. Once it's there until it dies.
So my understanding of it, and I might be wrong, was that you ritual cast, or you cast to get it summoned, and then it essentially you can have it in like a pocket dimension, and it's an action to take it out. But if it dies, you then have to re-ritual cast it.
Did not realize that. Then never mind.
Cast it. So I think it's an action to pop it out of its pocket dimension. It's alive, right? It's not like you have to do the whole ritual, but it's just going to take an action to actually get it out. Yeah.
Scratch that.
Cool. Have you got any bonus action or anything that you want to do?
Nope. Good.
Got it. Onyx, it is your turn.
Okay, the first thing she's going to do is stretch her hands. She's going to let go of one hand on the sword, so she still has her sword in one hand, but she's going to use the other hand to do divine sense. And I want to know what the nature of this lion is. Is it a celestial fiend or undead, or is it good or evil?
Okay, I will. So it is not celestial fiend or undead.
Okay.
First off, but what you do notice is that it is not inherently good or evil either way. Can I get
Okay.
to roll a perception check? Actually, this will be interesting.
$19.
19.
Mm-hmm.
The lion is not inherently good or evil. It is not got evil intent within it as a being, but its intent is coming across as evil. Or what you notice is that its intent doesn't match what the creature itself wouldn't how it would normally behave. That is what you would notice. You feel like there is something unnatural at play. There is a questionably good or evil, you're not entirely sure, but there is a questionable intent behind the lion's actions. It hasn't actually taken any actions yet, but that is not usual for it.
Not necessarily what I thought I was gonna find. In that case, do we call that an action or the
divine sense? I
is an
think it
action.
would be an action. Yeah.
Okay, so let me mark that off, and then if that's the case, I am going to move to there.
Any bonus
And then
action?
I'll no, but I will make sure I have both hands on my sword again.
Okay. Cool. It is now the lion's turn. You are the closest thing to it. And it had been kind of looking around, surveying everything. It got a spear to the side and a lightning chain to the to the throat as well, but ultimately it was kind of looking towards the crowd, and it lets out an all mighty roar after your go as its legendary action. Yeah, we're in Theros now. You're level 1, but there's legendary actions. So everything within 60 feet of it must make a saving throw. And that includes, I'm going to do kind of a roll for the crowd as a whole, rather than, I'm not going to do individual members of the crowd because this will take me years. Everyone within 60 feet of it, please make a roll. And that's going to include these idiot gladiators that have kind of come a bit further. Let me just save? Get a...
Is it any specific save or just a straight D20?
It is...
Wisdom question mark?
Sorry, ask the question again. I got distracted.
The save, is it any specific save or just a straight D20?
Yes, it is a specific save. It is. I believe it's wisdom. Let me just check that. So that's everyone in this circle, basically. And it is wisdom save.
I hope Cassian just goes running to Daddy. Oh my God, please.
Oh my God, I got nat 20. I'm sorry, I got nat 1. Oh, okay.
No!
You got nat 1.
Yeah.
No.
Second nat 1. After all the performance checks, it was.
I told y'all it was a bad omen. I told you.
Father, I'm not cut out for the arena.
Cassian saved, I'm afraid. Oh no! Wait, he didn't.
Oh.
He didn't make it. Okay, and then these.
I'm so mean to this fucker. I almost feel bad about it.
Okay. So, those of you that failed, you are now frightened.
Can I get frightened?
And that includes our good friend Cassian here.
What was it to pass?
Huh?
What was the DC?
The DC was 12.
Okay,
sorry.
I failed.
Cassian.
Oh boy. The two melee fighters failed. That's fine. The lion is actually going to move its way towards you, Onyx. And it is going to take a swipe. This is its go now. So it gets multi-attack. So it's
Wait,
first,
what happened to me when I failed the thing?
You got frightened.
Ah, gotcha.
Lion cast chicken
first
chips.
Swipe is a miss because it rolled a 9. Do you know what? I need a new set of dice. It missed twice, so it just went for you and missed. But it is now within your range. So let me get rid of that.
Can I use my ready action? Because I was waiting for it to attack.
Yes, you were waiting for it to attack, weren't you? So absolutely you can.
All right, I'm gonna roll it in.
So it
Beyond
goes towards here. So go for it.
Yep. So 23.
23 hits. Roll damage.
Okay. Damage is 8.
8. Okay. Cool.
So as it goes to attack, I'm gonna shoot it.
Amazing. So this arrow just sort of flies and hits it, and you're not entirely sure. What's everyone passive perception?
17.
11.
Those of you above, let's say 14, will notice where this came from. This tiny little archer. The rest of you do not know where it came from. So what was the damage?
The silence that I've been looking for.
The lack of sound in the way that arrow fired, you feel it. Something else that you do notice is the lady, because you can still see her. She drops her arms, and as this lion gives out an almighty roar, people kind of fall to their knees. She, even from so far away, you can kind of see a small smile.
Mm-hmm.
And she then vanishes as you blink. So she is gone. What is your passive insight?
Passive. I just saw it a minute ago. I've got too many things up on my screen. My passive insight is not very good. It's 11.
11. you're not sure what it is, but you see a shift in the way that the lion is. It looks like it's going to behave differently to how it was before.
Okay. Well, taking that on,
it kind of takes a couple of swipes, and then it stops and it looks around, and it seems almost confused. Cool. So it is now your go.
Okay. Well, Callista is not quite sure how to interpret that, but she knows that one of the people she's here for is being threatened by the lion. So she's going to move just a little bit closer so that she's within 60 feet. And she is going to just cast a guiding bolt at it, at the lion.
Yep, make the attack roll.
Which is going to hit because that was a 16 plus, I think, 6. So that'll hit. And then, so you're going to see this golden light streak out of her hands right past Onyx and just go right center mass into the lion. And I don't know where all of my D6s are. I have so many dice around me. And now that I actually need some, I can't find them. So that is 8, 9, 10, 12 points of radiant damage as the golden light just streaks into the middle of the lion.
12 points. Whereas before, when it had taken damage, it seemed almost not to react. It was intent on something. It now lets out a yelp of pain.
Oh, poor thing.
Yeah. Okay, is that everything?
Yeah, she's not gonna. The only bonus action she has, she's not using yet.
No worries. Eva.
I think you're mute.
Yeah, if you're talking, you are muted.
Yeah, that was me. I'm trying to move my guy over here, but it's saying token movement collide with at least one wall. So I guess I won't move.
I think Cat can move you, right?
Wait, what's happened? Where did you want to move to?
Beside the statue.
Beside the statue. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, and just sort of behind it here. So sort of hidden behind the statue, because she noticed she just kind of shot from out in the open, and that was a dumb move. So she's kind of snuck herself behind there, and she is once again going to take aim with her bow at the lion. And we are going to go back to my actions, and we are going to roll. We are going to 13.
Misses.
Yeah. So that is going to
It seems to like bounce a little bit off of its fleece.
Okay. And that is...
That fleece is still swirling with sort of silvery starlight, by the way. That hasn't changed.
Starlight. Like, does it look like anything particularly familiar that I would notice?
You've heard, do you know, roll a survival or nature, your choice.
I'm going to go with survival.
I figured you would.
Yep. Oof. That is an 11.
You have vaguely heard of creatures that sometimes are blessed or cursed, some might say, by the Nyx, which is sort of the magical chaos in which the gods live in the sort of the realm of Nyx. So you have heard of this phenomena, and it's kind of rare, but it does create creatures that look differently and are stronger in some way.
Gotcha.
And that would match up with this.
That's the end of my turn. Quick and fast.
All right. Calliope, you are frightened.
Mm-hmm. Is there possibly, I'd say, any largish, actually, are there any spears or swords or anything discarded around me, maybe? Or like, maybe like
on a battlefield? Yeah. Do you know what? Yeah, I'll say that there's a weapon next to you, a spear.
More like a throw weapon. So,
yeah, you can do that.
I'm just gonna kind of have like this thing, Papa's voice in my head telling me like, how could you get frightened? And it like irks me, and I look at, I kind of like call out the name of my deity, Theros, and says, for you. And to kind of settle my mind, I start thinking of like bad things, okay, like punching bags essentially, and enter a rage. And as I go into rage, I'm going to use. Can I use rage as a bonus action, even if I'm frightened? I think I should.
Yes, I think so.
Awesome. So I'd like to rage on my bonus, and for my action, I'd like to throw the spear at this creature, at the lion. So I think that's a straight roll because advantage, disadvantage. Disadvantage on the frightened and advantage on rage. Oh, sorry. Would this be like a strength check to throw that?
No, do an attack. No, yeah, it will be strength, using your strength. Okay. Do an attack roll.
Awesome. I just is the one for spear. Let me just quickly add a spear in my inventory.
I can give you the spear thing if it's easier.
Got it. So first for my strength check is...
It's D6. It'll be. If it hits.
So, sorry, should I take strength as athletics? Or straight strength, or with the strength modifier?
No, just
or I'll just shall I just go straight to roll to hit?
Yeah.
Okay, once. So that is a 16.
16 hits, roll damage.
Oh, awesome. That would be a 9, 11 in total.
Okay. 11. Okay. And as you kind of draw it down to its kind of like sort of it's looking pretty rough now. It lets out a sort of whimper almost.
Oh.
And it begins to like back up. It has some movement as a it can kind of move as a legendary action. So it begins to like back up a bit, looking around desperately. And who is actually up next? Oh, it is Cassian.
I swear to God, if Cassian ruins my plan, I'm going to kill him.
Cassian, I'm gonna get Cassian to roll a perception check. Oh no, insight. It will be insight. 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 Cassian rolled a nat 20.
Disadvantage, damn.
Cassian, for some reason, exceptionally insightful in this moment. And he kind of holds his hands up, and he says, "Stop! I don't think it's going to hurt us anymore." And I'm going to bring us out of initiative, but you are free to kind of do what you want to do, as this lion is kind of backed up against the wall. Kalista, there is no sign of that lady. She is gone. And he kind of looks around at all of you, and he says, those of you who fought, we thank you for your aid in this matter. Everything will be dealt with in short time. So those that wanted to do things, raise your hand, or wanted to say things. Joan, I'll start with you.
Onyx is gonna sort of timidly approach the lion and start up a lay on hands in her hand, sort of like so that the lion can see the light pooling there, and sort of extend the hand towards the lion, trying to sort of gauge if it's okay to approach.
Animal handling check, please.
Mm-hmm. I rolled a 17.
Hey. The lion meets your eyes and then just slightly bows its head and okay. Waits. It sees something in there. And you heal it up, I guess.
I only have, let's see.
The gladiators around, or yes, that's fine. So we'll heal it up 5. That's fine. So, and it, in the way that a lion can, seems grateful. But
scritchy.
The kind of warriors and the gladiators around, they begin to close in, and they seem to be kind of starting to collect like ropes. Astrea, what was it that you wanted to do?
So I'm gonna also move in. And I'm going to give all of these gladiators just kind of like a quick, none of that. I don't think that's necessary. Give me a minute.
With all due respect, Lady Astrea, it's a wild animal.
It is a wild animal. Does it look like it's hurting anyone?
We will simply take it out of the city. It can't stay here.
We have it well in hand. Back off. Do crowd control.
Who has an passive insight above 14? Yeah, so that would make sense for you, Astrea, because you can see that a lot of these people, I've just realized I'm rocking on my chair and I'm probably really screwing with the camera. But you can see that a couple of these warriors, this is a magical creature, that much you know, and that hide will be worth a fortune.
Got it. Okay.
They are probably going to take it out of the city, and then they are probably going to kill it and skin it. Right. That is probably the plan here, and you would be able to, anyone with a passive insight of 14 or higher would probably kind of see that intent as well.
Okay. U6, this is a wild animal, not a coin purse. Go do crowd control.
The crowd, by the way, are still immensely panicking. They did fail. I forgot to say they did fail their saving throw, so they were frightened of it. So they're kind of panicking, but these warriors kind of storm off. And Cassian kind of looks at you and gives you a sort of slight nod, and he says, "That was a good idea."
They were looking at it like it was a coin purse. A number on a
You're
piece
too
of
soft.
paper.
Is it a male lion?
Yes.
Okay.
As far as you can see.
I'm also gonna.
Actually, do you know what? Roll a d4 for me.
Okay.
Well, we're gonna leave it to luck, Lady Luck.
2.
Evens. It's female, so
it is female.
Female then. It is a female lion.
Okay.
I'm gonna scoot up to it, assuming it will let me.
I'm gonna be kind of defensive. Like, everybody so far except for me has been trying to kill it, and it's a female lion, so I'm gonna defend it.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of on guard as you approach.
Okay.
Just gonna kind of skirt around till she's kind of behind the lion, and sort of in a loud-ish whisper, she's gonna tell the lion to run.
She's gonna tell the lion to run. Is she going to okay. And how are you gonna tell the lion to run? Are you just gonna say run, or are you gonna speak in a
She's gonna speak in Undercommon. See if it'll understand. Or wait, no. Celeste?
I think you would be better off.
Can I recommend Leonin?
Well, Leonin is not. So Leonin is.
I know, but
it's not the language of the lion. None of them are going to be the language of the lion.
She's going to speak in the other one that she knows.
I think you would be better off maybe attempting to mimic a lion's roar. But what I would ask you to do is to roll. I'll do it again, either survival or nature.
Yep.
For me,
I'm going to go with survival because that's where my money lies. So I rolled a 19.
A 19, fantastic.
Yep.
So,
and I'm going to use my mimic skill.
In your time in the forest, have seen lions. They don't tend to look like this, but you have seen lions. And you have kind of got to understand what their sort of like danger signals are, and you have a talent for mimicry. So you, at that moment, let out a noise that pretty much perfectly replicates the sound of a lion telling another lion, danger, leave, get out.
GTFO.
Yeah. GTFO. And the lion does just that. It turns heels and it jumps up onto the roof of the building and runs off. And it is now loose in the city. And you can hear, as it jumps down, the sound of screams as people are like, oh, there's a lion, because there's a lion now loose in the city. Yeah, hopefully it's heading towards the wild. Yes, Estrella.
I turn to Cassian and I tell him, you are going to put out a notice that anyone bringing that thing's hide in will see the inside of a cell inside of an hour.
I'm gonna.
He goes to make a retort. Do you know what? Roll an intimidation check for me.
Okay. Okay, this will go great. 14?
Go on. Was it
14?
Yeah, do you know what? Do it. He takes one look at your face. He's feeling particularly insightful at this moment, as we saw earlier. And he goes, "You heard her," and he orders someone to go and put that notice out.
Like that's over Onyx and give her a nod.
While that's happening, Onyx probably doesn't notice the nod because as soon as the lion ran away, she took a knee and said a little prayer to Nilia to protect the lion and get it out of the city safely.
Okay.
Okay.
Habits for cleared out. We don't need anyone getting ideas.
Okay. I'm going to head over quickly to, I'm going to head over to Calliope. As you are kind of watching, you hear your family. Your mother is calling out to you. And she comes running over, she sweeps you up into a big hug, and she's like, "Oh, thank goodness you're safe." Your two twin brother and sister are also safe, and they're kind of getting excited and, "Oh my god, did you say you're the huge lion?" And really hamming it up. Your father is watching from the distance. He has a stony look on his face. And your mother, under her breath, says, "We're glad that you're safe. We're going to talk about this later." And she begins to escort you out of the arena. Meanwhile, Eva, Jericho catches your attention, and he beckons you to accompany him out of the arena. The Lord Commander approaches both Cassian and you, Estrella, and he says, "Very quick thinking, Estrella, well done." And then he turns to Cassian and he says, "And there I was thinking that you'd assured me that absolutely nothing would go wrong today. And here we are." And Cassian says, "Father, surely you cannot account for a wild lion making its way into..." And the Lord Commander cuts him off with a look and says, "You do not tell me, boy, what I can and cannot account for."
Perhaps this conversation would better be had in private.
I much agree. And he begins to march off towards the exit. Onyx, very briefly, you look around, your gladiator is gone. That you were fighting. What do you think Onyx's next move would be?
I think when she realizes that he's gone and she missed her opportunity and the lion is gone too, she sort of looks around the arena while she's sheathing her sword, and I think this is the point at which she kind of noticed that Estrella was looking in her direction, so she's probably gonna approach them and I don't know, be like, "My combatant left the arena. Does that mean he's disqualified?"
I think we can safely say that we'll have to call this one a rain check.
Does that mean I can fight him again?
We'll check with the Lord Commander for you.
Thank you. I will await further instruction.
And I'll ask where we could, where she's posted up so we can reach her to find her. And we'll have that conversation later.
Okay. So have I done everything? Yes. So Callista, you kind of look around and you see all these people that you know for sure that you are supposed to meet, and you watch as they begin to disperse. And as you most likely reach out to bring them back together, these are the people that you were here for. You hear that same whisper. Not yet. You'll see them again. For now, they'll have adventures. And then it disappears on the wind.
And so she'll just really kind of try to commit all of their looks to memory and just kind of try to remember as much as she can about them and what she felt about them, since she knows that she will see them again sometime in the future.
That whisper will say, remember them. Okay. So, with that, just to kind of, I suppose, finish this up, we shall head to, perhaps as you all begin to disperse and move back into your lives, your motives, your agendas, we shall move to the skies above. After all, you cannot have Theros without its deities watching from the heavens. And up above, a figure sits observing you all. She combs her hair and braids it at points, almost kind of not paying attention as she does so. And she whispers, "They did well. You were right. But a lion is so small compared to what is to come. Perhaps another test. Perhaps a little closer to home." And as she says this, a small spider is formed on her fingers. It scuttles down her body into her hair and makes its way along the strands. It crawls past one or two other spiders who are munching happily upon certain strands of her hair, and it sits and finds one. As it does this, we move to a smith and a weaver living in Setessa. I'm worried about Onyx. She'll be fine, Bianca. Don't get stressed. And as the weaver goes to load up her loom, in her nerves, she pricks her finger. Ah! Now look what you've done. She stands and heads to a nearby mirror and attempts to dab at the blood forming around the wound. As she pulls the cloth away, the blood does not absorb, but comes away as a long, sticky strand, red and white mixed together. She looks at it, confused. What is this? Thread? The spider bites the hair. She looks up. 8 eyes blink back at her. She screams. And that is where we'll end today's session. Cool. I'm so sorry, first of all, that it went on so blimmin' long. I think I was just really thrown by all the technical issues, and yeah, it went a lot longer than I thought it was going to, so we'll work on that for next time. But thank you so much to my lovely class for joining me. We did introductions at the beginning, so I'm not going to do them now because I know that some people have to go, but in the future we're going to just go straight into the sessions, and then at the end we'll kind of do a quick sweep around, if that is okay by everyone. I hope everyone has a great day and enjoyed this stream, enjoyed the beginning, the prologue as it were. And looks forward to, it will not be next week because the channel is going dark next week. It will be the week after, same time. Well, I say same time, hopefully an hour earlier, you know, without technical issues. Thank you so much also to Sarah for doing all the producing and sticking with us. Oh my goodness, what a fight this has been to get anything working, and you did great. Yeah, I guess I don't think I have anything else to say. I'm probably going to regret saying that after we have gone. But wish everyone a good day, morning, night, whatever it is, wherever you are. And we will see you in a couple of weeks' time.
Mama!